Becca, bitch. You're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin when I'm working on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, yeah, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot bod. I be flexing like the dudes high on tread, all natural. Better give her tens. They say Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy, and femme. My trades, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
God damn it, God damn it.
Yeah.
Dwarf Mamba, that's his name, Evan Dwarf Mamba, was really mad at people using the word midget.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Right Through, sponsored by Stephen Paynew. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Right Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch as Corny cuts a promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Brian Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast.
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty.
SDL with a $sign ho.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face fat, ass fat, say hey.
Two bad bitches, one hot track.
Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no dishes, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, come try us.
You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Gary. I'm queen of the prom.
SDL with a $sign ho.
B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the Indies now on top of the charts.
We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Cool.
Back in SDL, bitch.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah, where's the yeah?
Yeah.
And joining me today will be your man, Joey Numbas from Wrestling Soup. He's taking his time doing his thing. I was like, good, because it gives me time to do my intro and talk my talk and all of that. How y'all doing, man? Over 100 of you in here, so make sure you run those likes up. We're not on X tonight, but I do that once in a while now, just to you know what I mean, try and lure some of those folks in. So yeah, we got Joey Numbas on deck. I'm gonna bring him in a moment here. PWT Wednesday edition, man, it's going down. We've got you know, I don't even want to say tons and tons of news to get to, you know, but there is enough there. There's a substantial amount to talk about. It's going to be a funny, silly show more than anything, because the news is kind of quiet down. I mean, apart from, I mean, Tony Khan really gave us no juice with that whole press conference. Like The Rock was giving us more to run with there with his. So, guys, make sure you hit the like, subscribe. I'm doing a members only stream probably during the day tomorrow. So 99 cents to become a member. Patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Prowrestletimes and Clips channel running up. We're at 6,100 subs. It's like, you know, we're just jumping up. I feel like it's like 100 a day almost. It's not that much, but it feels like it. It's going so fast. And so you guys are the best. Round of applause for, you know, everyone in chat. And just appreciate the heck out of it. I hope you guys enjoy the Becca, man. B3CCA, dude. I'm her biggest fan, for real. So I hope you all you know, enjoy listening to her tracks. Her song Two Bad Bitches has so many views, like over 1,000. You compare it to the rest of her songs, and I'm not saying this to knock, I'm just pointing out, like, the PWT universe, you've all gone over there and listened to it. So it's super funny. Guys, I also quickly just want to plug my channel. You guys are already subbing to it, but I mean, dude, 162 subs. I have one late review as well. My Daredevil episode 3 reviews coming soon, but Phil marks out pop culture. I have a reaction video for the Lilo and Stitch trailer as well, if you saw that. So if you're into like pop culture and that sort of thing, make sure you subscribe to me over there. But you guys want to yap about graps. You guys don't care about all that junk. You want to yap about graps. And one of the best on planet Earth at yapping about the graps is none other than Joe Numbas. Jose, my guy Jose from Wrestling Soup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Joey Numbas to the show. Round of applause. How you doing, Joe? If he's with us, he should be with it. Okay, maybe we jumped the gun. It's all good. It's okay. In the interim, I'll check in with chat. Joe will pop. I have the most like botched guest entrances in the history of any wrestling show. He's here though. Here we go. There's Joe's. How you doing, guy? How you doing?
That was weird. Yeah. Well, by the way, you're like one of the best to do it. And then my mic's like, nah.
Yeah, no, he's not. Stop talking shit.
Which is, you know what's great too? It's like, do I want to be in that running anymore?
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, look at the competition. Honest to God. And obviously I don't mean, you know, the people that are close and associated to the soup and our soup friends and family.
Right.
But when you start to look at the 100K plus follower wrestling guys, like, do you really want to compete with those dudes, truthfully?
I do, damn it. No, but I swear it's like the it's like the I swear the dumber and more like simple you go, the more like...
Oh yeah. Well that's the problem, is that there is this point ultimately where you're like, I want to be in that whole group of people, and you have to then agree to the fact that Will Ospreay setting himself on fire and then kicking out at a half is the greatest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. That's how that goes. So if you want to be in the running, it's like you gotta pick a lane. You know what I mean? You gotta know where you're running towards. For the past 15 years, which next month Mish and I will have hit 15 years, which is something else. Our lane has always kind of just been the oddest yet the most loyal fucking people that you could hope to meet. So we're very
absolutely, dude. The PWT universe is goated. You know, also you know, the soup. You guys called the soupites? I'm trying to think of a name. The Soupian.
Oh no, they've been called many things. We've been around 15 years, like I said. So there's been many names. But I think you were just a little bit thrown there, dude, because you're talking about my girl Becca there, right?
Well, no, I wasn't thrown whatsoever. I was just trying to attribute a name. I'm like, what do we call the
Oh no, I'm just saying she's
but yeah,
she's fine.
Your
She'll
girl,
derail you.
Your girl Becca, my girl Becca, bro. What are you talking? We're gonna have to fight over Becca over here, bro. What's going on?
No. She was trained in Mass. She's a Mass trainee. I don't think she's a Mass resident, but yeah, she's been on the radar here in New England for a long time now. So she's a good egg. She's fucking real talented. I am very surprised that I know she's working with MLW, but I mean, the fact that some other company hasn't really given her a look or picked her up or somebody bigger. But then again, aren't MLW contracts essentially indentured servitude anyways? So I don't know if she's allowed to get out of that. You know?
Dude, listen. Yeah, she definitely could be something big if anybody took that gimmick where the way she raps and all of that, like that would be prime stuff on WWE TV if someone was doing that. But you have to be talented to do it. That's the thing. And she gets it. Like even her songs, what she's rapping about, like my eggs are fertile and they're strong and shit. Like that's where it's just, she lives the gimmick on Twitter. She's always just in kayfabe. I fucking love Becca for real. It's not a gimmick over here. Like I'm a
no.
Becca. Yeah,
she's smart. She's doing the Charlie XCX thing, which we're not really seeing that. Which, by the way, if you want another tremendous woman from New England to see her deal, her name is Little Mean Kathleen. I don't know if you've seen her, but she's a fucking character too. Oh my God, she's very
Okay.
funny. Think of a very tiny Portuguese Luna Vachon. That's how I think I'd describe her. She's fucking great though, man. She's great. I know her boyfriend has been around for a long time too, and they're just good kids. But that's how old I am. These are people that are like in their late 20s, and I'm like, what nice kids they are. Little kiddos. Little babies
Well-
just trying their best, you know?
Yes. Okay. Well, speaking of trying best, I'm going to get through these super chats here. I'm going to check in with chat, and then we are going to dive into some like bookmarks and laugh at shit. Are you ready for that, Joey?
Oh, as always, sir. That's
Excellent.
the name of the game.
I'm so happy you're here. Tell the good folks where they can follow you, though, quickly. Just
Oh,
plug
please.
your stuff, and then let's
Yeah,
get
don't
into it.
follow me personally anywhere. I don't want anything to do with any of that, but you can follow the soup. You can follow us on whatever the swastika guy is calling his app right now, at Wrestling Soup. Follow us on any platform that has podcasts. We've been on there longer than some of you probably have been alive, unfortunately. But get on there, Rat Wrestling Soup. Hop on, sub to us. Check out our Patreon. We do a lot of shows, but we're characters. We're fun guys, you know.
Yes. Okay. So Miss October 30 says, "Hey Phil, did you receive my email?" I did. I just I didn't respond, but thank you. And I'm a little weary too. Like things get flagged when people send me stuff to download or view, obviously. So a lot of phishing scams out there these days. But yeah, you sent me something there to do with John Cena, so I'll definitely check that out. And yeah, shout out Miss October 30 for being here. BX Bane, I tagged you on my post on X. Okay, so hopefully it's in my bookmarks. Let me know what it is or something. I don't know. Hopefully it's in here, BX Bane. No promises. I get tagged in a lot of stuff every day. So hopefully I see what it is, but you're going to have to come a little more specific than that. You know what I mean? But I appreciate
Hey, it's
you
about
all.
wrestling, dude. Did you see it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Did you see the thing he tagged you in? It's about professional wrestling. You got to
Yeah.
find it. It's
Yeah,
right
you gotta
there.
sift through, man.
Yeah.
So, okay, and then this one floating in. Plenty and Pixel are for 20. Thank you so much. Let me hit an air horn for you. Plenty in here. It's because of Joey. I'm certain of it. I literally created a character this morning in 2K25 named Vachon to honor Luna's memory after not hearing about her for at least a year. And then I hear a reference to her tonight. That deserves a super chat. Goddamn, Joe, dude. Look at that.
Allegedly.
Wow. The universe provides. You know, I can name a bunch of very good other wrestlers that that a lot of people who are under the age of 30 may not even know the hell they are. That could be fun.
About Mad Dog Vachon,
But
right?
thank you.
You didn't bring him up in a while.
Well, he, believe it or not, Luna had a dad, and he was also a wrestler. It was kind of like that Flair girl.
Yeah. What's
Have you
her
heard
name?
about her? Yeah.
Oh man, Plenty, and thank you so much. And yeah, you know what's crazy too is that someone was talking about Natty Neidhart, I believe, was on Ariel Helwani's podcast, which we have some clips from that to go through. Ariel Helwani show, and I believe she was talking about Luna as well yesterday, or I think that was the interview, but I could be mistaken. But yeah, Luna clearly in people's minds, like floating around, being brought up for me multiple times lately. When do you hear about Luna Vachon? Or maybe it was actually during the Shawn Michaels Triple H. I can't remember, dude. It was one of these shows. There's so much stuff. I've been watching A&E. I've been watching LFG. Have you been watching that show, Joey?
I just watched that, and by the way, that's another kid that was in the main event. That's a Boston area dude. Good kid, Ricky Smokes. He was in the main event there. I mentioned him on the Soup the other day. He's a real interesting dude because he's got this gimmick that I think that WWE will be able to help him kind of refine to where it was like his name was Ricky Smokes. And the second that I heard the name initially, I'm like, oh, so is this like a Latino dude? And they're like, nope, well, white kid. I'm like, well, all right, let's go from there. And then I saw him live and I'm like, oh, so he's like a pretty boy. Okay, I kind of following where they go with this. And then he came out to like reggaeton.
A reggaeton.
Yeah, and I'm like, all right, I don't know what's going on right now, but sure. But I clearly, WWE saw something with him, and I could definitely talk with you about what I think's going on with this LFG deal, because to me, it's very telling that this is
Right.
going
So
on.
can I give you my thoughts on it first here?
Oh,
I
yeah.
love this show. I look forward to it every week. But what I think it is, first off, two of these guys, I believe, are in that new like retribution wannabe group in NXT. That Cutler James guy, I'm like 99% sure he's the dude in that group. And then I think another one was that big dude who does like the Undertaker gimmick, who walks around and is like, oh, like he's all serious and shit on LFG. I think that guy might be in the group too. I might be mistaken because they come out and the lights are out and stuff. But Cutler James, I do think, is in the group. And some of these people were on Next Gen, the Roku show. If you go back and watch that, WWE Next Gen, that was like a failed attempt at LFG, like a far less, I guess, a far shittier version, I'll just put it that way, of LFG, right? And,
how about it's LFN? Let's fucking not.
Yeah,
That's
let's
actually
fucking not do that. Yeah. So what I think is a lot like all of these people. So for instance, like that BJ Ray guy and Cutler James, the guy who replaced him on the LFG show, on the Next Gen show, they come in the program together and they get in a shoot fight in the performance center and all this stuff because they were teammates on amateur wrestling and all that. That Xena girl, she's been at the PC forever. So when they filmed this show roughly like 9 months to a year ago, some of these people have already been in the PC brushing shoulders with some of these legends. Like that BJ Ray guy is automatically going to be in NXT. It doesn't matter about this show or not. This whole show is basically the NIL talent, whereas Evolve's for the indie talent. And what I think is they have everything sort of handpicked. Like this show isn't as much of a real competition as you guys may think, but it's wrestling, so they kayfabe everything. That's what I think about it, but I'm still enjoying watching it, though. What are your thoughts on LFG so far, and who's your favorite? Who are your standouts?
Oh, phooey. You know what I just realized? I mixed up my developmental shows. I haven't watched the LFG show. I did watch the Evolve show. That's what I'm mixing up. Ah, yes. That was my bad. Well, no, I mean, some of the shit that I've seen for the LFG show, it's pretty much exactly what you're talking about. The clips that I've seen, I go, okay, they're making like a reality show type deal.
Yeah, quote unquote reality.
Yeah. One that's very transparently, you know what it's supposed to be. You have Bubba Ray Dudley on there, and he's playing the role of Bob Holly in prior year, except Bob Holly was in shape. And then you have Booker in there, and Booker's just, he's such a charismatic guy. You can plug him into anything. And then the Undertaker's there because he's the Undertaker, and A&E said we need somebody that's a bigger star than the fat tag team guy in Booker T. So it's going to be what it's going to fucking be. They're going to have, like you said, who's the person that makes the biggest problems? Who's the one that makes the biggest waves? Who's the one? And then just like they used to do with Tough Enough, it's not really that big of a deal anyways, because they end up hiring a half a dozen of the people as is.
Right. That's what happened to the show The Ultimate Fighter, if you want to take it to UFC as well, to look at a parallel also owned by TKO. Like The Ultimate Fighter fell off and they get 100,000 viewers even when Conor McGregor's the coach on there, because it doesn't matter if you win or lose the tournament. A bunch of the people from the show, if you get like one knockout, you're getting a contract anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Same with this. Like if you go out there and show them a little bit of something, they're going to work with you. So it doesn't really matter who wins. How do you feel about Mickie James, though, being replaced by Michelle McCool in season 2, announced before season 1's even fucking ended, with Mickie James on it?
Did you play baseball as a child?
A little bit.
Okay. Did you ever have that moment where they would pick the all-star team and for some reason the coach's son always made it?
Yeah.
That's kind of what's going on here. That's what you got. Why is Mickie James being replaced by Michelle McCool? Fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that is actually supposed to be the main dude? Who's supposed to be the main draw as far as the legends are concerned? Well, they want to make wifey happy. Now, with that said, if I was one of these girls and they were saying to me, okay, well, we have Mickie James and she's going to coach you, and instead we're going to replace you with the Sunday school mom that really can't show you much, I'd be kind of fucking disappointed if the show itself wasn't to some degree just a big work anyways. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You show up thinking you're getting this coach, like you're like, oh my God, I'm getting this great, amazing coach. And you end up with, slap face girl, bulldog, generic early 2000s wrestler, that's a disappointment. But yeah, that's it, man. It's just a show.
That's show business. That's the wrestling business. And also Mickie James was on NXT. So like they're still gonna put her on like Nick Aldis works there. They're gonna keep Nikki around in some capacity. But yeah, basically from what I read, it was Undertaker. I mean, he wasn't like kick her off the show, but he was like, hey, if I'm gonna continue to do this, I want to work with my wife. So how do we do that? Nikki, you're out of here. They get Vince to call her.
They just keep him around to do things that are like just scummy enough. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, they're like, don't cross any lines, Vince, but we just need you to be the asshole for us. Again.
Don't invite her anywhere, Vince. Just well, that was the first thing I was gonna do. Here, you had thoughts about Evolve, right?
Oh, yeah.
What are your thoughts on Evolve now? Because this is like where the indie talent. So LFG's more focused on like the NIL. Everyone's like a cheerleader or a football guy or Maxine Dupree's boyfriend or like something like that, right? Whereas in Evolve, it's more like Shazza McKenzie, like names you might have heard, Jack Cartwheel from AEW fame, right?
By the way, Shazza McKenzie sounds like the name of a creative skater on Tony Hawk Pro. Like every time I hear it, I'm like, I feel like that's a girl that's gonna throw what's an early 2000s soda that I'm thinking, like a Mountain Dew Code Red, like she's gonna pour it on my head and call me a gay slur or something.
Yeah.
But no, as far as Evolve is concerned, I think when people talk about WWE and their reaction to anything related to AEW, this would more than likely be the closest thing to it. And I'm not sitting here trying to say like very clearly they're presenting this as a level of competition to AEW by putting it on Tubi on Wednesday night, which good job to Fightful. Hopefully they figured out the free app that it plays through. I know that they make thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars through their ad revenue or whatever bullshit they do and couldn't figure out a free app on a smart TV, but good for them. But Evolve at this point, in my opinion, is a reaction to the long-term contracts that AEW is signing some of these young guys under.
Okay.
As far as, well, look what you got going on. Swerve just signed his deal, right? They did an interview with him and they're like, well, when Swerve's out of the contract, he's like 38 or 39 years old. So basically you're taking somebody that you could say, man, maybe he's getting better. Swerve's just gonna get worse over the next 4 years. You know that, right? Like he's going to get beat up more. He's not going to learn anything.
Right.
So that's kind of just throwing a bucket of syrup on him. MJF, same thing.
Right.
MJF's been in this perpetual state of doing the same indie guy gimmick, which this is just my voice now anytime I talk about MJF, where he just goes up to someone, oh, pal, oh, oh, pal, oh, do you remember when you were in 7th grade and you had diarrhea? Oh, and everybody knew, oh, whoa, pal.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, you're fat and your dick's little and your mom's dead. Loser,
Oh, did that hurt your feelings, pal? Like that's just him now. And he's done that for 6 years. Then he got the skunk sewn onto his head. And now he's going to be in this company for another 4 years, bamboozling Tony into doing the open match because the rest of it is fucking CZW Cage of Death. But what is he going to be in 4 years, 5 years? He'll be very rich from Tony Khan.
Yes.
But by the time that WWE wants to bring him on, do they want to pay what he's going to ask? And is MJF going to be physically together because he's essentially in a deathmatch wrestling company at this point?
And do they want to pay? Is another question.
That's the biggest part. Yeah.
That's the biggest part, right?
Do they want to pay for that? And once again,
or
we're also
want to pay?
Do want to pay?
Because we MJF, right? No. All right, sorry,
by that point, MJF will have a full merkin too, pouring out of his little trunks.
So bring it back to Evolve here, though. So the point you're making here too is like, listen, this is reactionary to AEW because some of these guys, like, what's the point of them locking some of them up or like giving them an avenue to go when we have guys like Jack Cartwheel who's done like Collision and now he's on this show.
Well, say I look and I see Jack Cartwheel or Ricky Smokes or what's his name, Johnny Cappuccino, any of these guys. I have to say to myself, I leave them open to AEW getting them and wasting them for 5 years or icing them for 5 years. And they're not going to learn anything for half a decade. That's pretty much a guarantee. Or we can pay them a pittance, put them on TV enough, have them in a situation where if we see them get better and better and better, we can send them over to the performance center, move them up, or we can leave them in a state where they can be vulnerable as a 22-year-old kid that just sees a $100,000 contract from Tony Khan. And then they basically have their whole career derailed. Does that make sense? Like I'm thinking that's what they've got going on in their head. Either that or they were like, screw it. We'll just keep going with the developmental system. We'll do a little something with the indies. But that will prevent what we see as far as the people that have gone to AEW that have some sort of hope or semblance of becoming like an actual wrestler and not throwing once again like a complete damn towel on them.
Well, Joey, you know what they say.
Sometimes in life you got to be a hoe.
That's true.
Yes.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to be a hoe. You got to get beat by Momo, and then you got to win anyways.
And then you sign Nick Camarato. And then speaking of which, Steve Colan 209 says Joe stalking you is why some of us this channel are at this channel. Okay, well, excellent. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that second language. You tried your best there. That was good.
Yes.
Well, also, I want to make sure that I make this clear to be as big of a fucking hipster as humanly possible. If you look back on very old PWT videos, probably when you guys had somewhere between 200 to 300 subs, I was one of your first subs.
Well, I didn't realize that, but I also appreciate you so much, dude. You know, you guys, the soup man behind the scenes, you guys don't even know like how good at cats you guys are. Truly, man. Just I don't know. Yeah.
Don't tell our Spotify reviews. Don't let them know that. As far as they're concerned, we're Hitler Stalin because we're just the meanest guys that have ever lived.
Real good folk over there, and I just like a lot of shit. I mean, yeah, you guys have been so helpful, and yeah, some of the first people to be like, man, this PWT stuff is good. And so I don't know, man. Thank you so much, Steve, for being here. And of course, you know, Joey's a legend. You always got my respect. Thank you, though. And if hopefully some of you folk tail Joey over to Soup as well from PWT as well. Miss October 30 says WWE song by Nerd Out called "Sell My Soul." WWE blocked it. So is that going to be John Cena's theme? Like, what's the theory on that? Because the email you sent said John Cena. So a WWE song by Nerd Out called "Sell My Soul." Where was this released? On YouTube or something? Let me know. BX Bain says it's a movie clip that reminded me of Mariah and Tony.
Oh, what was that? Terrifier 3?
Yeah, I was just gonna say fucking Kill Bill. Like, I don't know.
Guys, Tony Khan.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I think that we have a good idea over here. What we're gonna do is take these two gals and just have them punch each other like the Rotten Brothers. That's a good thing. That'll keep the women's division
love when
moving.
they fucking dip their fists in glass.
That's so I had to microdose AEW as I typically do. And I still didn't even finish that pay-per-view because at some point I'm just looking at it and going, how bored must these people be in the audience?
Oh,
it's
come
the
on,
same
man.
thing.
Leslie Jones and Ken Jeong and every other former Mad TV cast member was really on the edge of their seat. Dude. Brian Callen, I'm sure, was there. Bobby Lee. Yeah,
Listen, we will not invoke the spirit of Will Sasso in this moment because he is a man of class. Will Sasso was like, I'm not going to that bullshit. No.
I think he was there, actually.
Was he?
Yeah, I saw him. Dude, he was right behind Stingray from fucking Paul Walter Hauser from Cobra Kai.
The Cobra Kai guy. Whoa.
Miss October 30 says, hey, Joey, I don't listen live, but I listen to you and Mish's clips. that's a good way to do it too, man. That's why I birthed this thing with a clip channel, man, because Jim Cornette, I mostly consume him to this day. Pause. No Diddy in clip form. You know what I mean? Joey, you're my sarcastic spirit animal. Love the soup. There you go.
Yeah, nice. Much appreciated. By the way, this is some guy in the chat room was like, stop being nice to each other on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of, would you like me to just come on Phil's show and be an asshole to him? I'm confused. Like,
yeah, no, we just, you guys, it's,
why would you say something nice to somebody? But yes, I hate to take away from her comment there. Thank you.
Yes.
This is my tone, man. I'm a silly bitch.
BX Bane says it was Hot Shots part duel. They do dip their hand in glass and other stuff. Oh shit, yeah. Hot Shots is a fucking legendary movie, and yeah, I definitely, dude. When they fucking dip their hands in glass, I don't know. I wasn't even like fully against that match. Like I figured they were both gonna bleed because we've seen them both bleed, and I figured because they've already, these two ladies pile drive each other on steps and all this. I wasn't against the idea of that match being so chaotic and crazy and all of that. Like I knew inevitably that's where AEW was going to go with that.
Of course.
But the thing is like when you do it also on a fucking show with a cage match where they can't even have a cage match, they got to pull out a barbed wire bat to fucking tell a story and all of this shit. And you're doing it on the same show where, you know,
every other move that's ever happened.
It doesn't matter. It didn't mean shit. If they did that, if that was like an isolated incident or the main event of a show and there wasn't 15 matches on the card where, you know, the peak of it, the crowd's hottest peak was at the end of the pre-show because there was like 4 matches. They watched the Big Boom AJ guy and then they go into the MJF match white hot. And then the rest, they kind of just go down. Like it just sort of went down, the energy the whole way. And it's like, and then Swerve, I don't know, like the celebrities were there cheering Swerve on. So he's obviously schmoozed up to them and shit. So Leslie Jones was like, come on, Swerve, like freaking out, you know, worse than she did over that shitty Ghostbusters movie. But I digress.
Yeah. The Swerve thing it's very odd because he's a guy that knows how to get over enough, but he still does so much more than needed, you know. Like even the people in that company that if they showed the littlest bit of restraint could actually get better crowd reactions and kind of help the flow of the show. It's like they insist on not doing that. Like Swerve almost got his neck broken in that match for a nothing bullshit spot, and it's like he knows better than that. And you saw that obviously, right? Where Ricochet almost made a Death Valley driver a literal one. It's like, why are you doing this?
A literal one? Yeah, literal fucking.
He quite literally almost dumped him right on his head. I'm like, it's just, you're just drawing this guy for absolutely no payoff, no reason whatsoever. But I mean, that's the nature of that show. It's what it is.
Yeah. Wrestling Soup says this is coming out of Joey's take. Oh, Joey, thanks for the super chat, man.
Well, do you know what the funny thing is this, right? This is how we're embezzling right now. We'll just embezzle it all through you, dude. And then what you'll do is you'll get an email and we'll say, oh no, I don't want to give away all the podcaster tricks to these monsters out there, these plebs that will steal it from them. But let's just say there's a reason why the Logan brothers are so wealthy.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we're going to put out Soup Coin.
Yeah, it's an NFT.
Yeah. well, that's it. We've been called grifters because we've hated this whole thing with AEW since day one and made fun of it for being absurd. And we figure, well, I guess if we're going to get called grifters, the next logical step is to take a picture and sell it like it's money.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we might as well just do that. Go full scam, right? Why hold back? There's no reason.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the PWT universe and also this segment, I guess, indie wrestling analysis here from Soup and Phil Marks. Let's get into since we're on the topic, we're talking AEW and that. Let's give a good old Ichi Nisanda for AEW news. An Ichi Nissan. I think we nailed it that time, folks. So we're here in Phil Marks Bookmarks, and we are here to take a look at some AEW news. We're doing this show sort of out of order today, folks. Joey, are you ready to learn about what's going on in the world of AEW?
I came here just for that.
So,
I need to, dude. I'm not on the whatever this is site anymore, whatever they're calling it now. I don't know these absurd little nuances. I haven't been keeping up with it, and your show does provide that to me, I must say.
Good.
When I love it, because when I do, I listen to it and I get the little parts of Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, without having to get like barraged by the gross shit that's on there constantly. You're a very good filter for me, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm like trying to do a little bit, and I kind of have it down as like, hey, you're going to get the hot topics, but everyone's going to talk about the same fucking 3 main things going on. So I'm going to talk about that. Don't worry. But I'm also going to throw in like all the little bits or something I found funny or whatever. So, or stuff I get tagged in. People tag me in so much good stuff. So yeah, I'm glad you said the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? I appreciate that very much. Awful Wrestling's in the chat as well. Listening in. How you doing tonight, Awful? Dynamid, we will be tuning in. That's in like 20 minutes. But first, hey, you know what they say? Sometimes in life you got to be a hobo. They also say, So, John Moxley botched this big time. Here's the ending to Moxley. You like that or what? Here's the ending to Moxley and Copeland, I guess. And we're going to get Don Stevens for this, but just take a look here. I'll turn the volume down. Here was or not even the ending, actually. It was just, it was close to it. But yeah, they botched the DDT. Or that might have been it. I think the pin I don't fucking know.
No, that wasn't the finish, sir. Believe me.
Oh yeah, right. Christian came in and the false finish, the one of many. Yeah, my bad. But
what?
Yeah,
they did a false finish in the AEW match.
Yeah, so they botched the shit out of this. I just thought it was funny. What were your thoughts on this match overall, and like the taste that this everybody's saying Edge is like Cope Hogan, Adam Hoagland, if you will. I came up with that just now. But people are saying he didn't want the only loss he's taken in his tenure in AEW has been to Christian Cage, and then Christian Cage had to take the pin because Edge did not want to take a pin to Moxley, and then Moxley's not going to want to take a pin. What do you make of all that?
Well, let's make this real easy for the people that are on that shit. And I'm like a Edge way back machine. I've been talking about him as somebody that I felt was one of the most overrated people maybe ever, as far as if not from that period all the way through to today, where I just sit there with people, Edge was my favorite wrestler. Okay, sure. But with that said, let's really think about this. Who in that company are you putting over Edge? Daniel Garcia? Wheeler, Utah? Who are you putting over Edge? I mean, really, if you think
like in the end, when it's all said and done, in the end, it's like Linkin Park. It doesn't really matter.
One match. I don't know why. No, it
doesn't even matter how hard I try.
There's a lot of trying hard in AEW. No, but that's it. Who do you honestly sit there and go, this person should lay down for? There's really not a lot of those people, because so many of them are just flavorless dwarfs. And it sucks because yes, Edge should be in there and be doing the deed, right? But if we're going to have that energy, we got to keep that with a lot of people. How come Sting was there for 3 years and never lost a match? Right?
I agree, bro. I agree. People, I don't know. It sucks that it's good that the AEW fans are like at least starting to hold someone's feet to the fire about it. But it's like, where were you guys 5 years ago when we were trying to warn everyone this is what's going to happen if you don't fucking do, So I don't know if you can compare him to like a Hogan like yet, but
how do you compare Edge to that and not realize that John Moxley is absolutely atrocious on every level?
I think
level.
this is more on Mox because he's been there long enough to where he should be like, well, then let me just drop the title to Christian because people don't like this shit. And we've done our worst key demo and our worst rating and our worst houses, and people don't like the shit I'm doing. I have the
No.
belt in a fucking briefcase for no reason.
For 6 months.
Yeah, the last time anyone saw it, some Asian lady was jumping out of a trash can with it at an Omaha game or whatever. So, like, how about I drop it to Christian, then they can feud? Or why doesn't this? We do another 3 false finishes and then I take the pin from Edge or something. But instead, it's just all people looking out for themselves. So I think some of that gets on Edge. But who the fuck did they think Edge was going to come into the company for 2 years and an option with and fucking or whatever the deal is and put over either? Like, you named some of the names, especially if they're not even building up Wardlow, MJF and Cope. Like, they haven't even really crossed paths. You think you'd be like building up MJF to go over on some of these guys, but yeah, it just seems like a bunch of the only cool guy in this situation who came out without any on him was sort of Christian, and he's the guy who had to take the pin, unfortunately, and he's the guy who's not on TV ever.
How are people blaming Edge for this? This is like if you show up for a shift somewhere and they got nothing for you to do, and they're like, why are you standing around? It's like, well, you're the boss. You're supposed to give me things to do. Like, I'm just some pleb here making $2 million for some reason. Like, you have to take some accountability. And I know that that's a Tony thing, and it's so obvious and it's so easy for people to beat on him. But truthfully, you're bringing in these people for 7-figure contracts, and then
creative control creative control. Yeah.
Right. And by the way, I mean, I would be willing to bet, as far as the people that have gone into that company and had the creative control type deal, Sting, I believe, looked at him and was like, I'm just not losing shit. Mercedes, duh. I mean, she will lose to nobody.
Hold on a second. In the Fed, I lost a bunch of times. Okay.
Yeah,
Joey
she lost
Numbas,
all her matches for the rest of her life. I know that's how she perceives it. But that's what's funny. She comes in, she's like,
the best wrestler. Ask Mia. If you ask Mia, I'm the best wrestler.
Well, I didn't ask Mia, but I asked Momo, which I'm not going to stop making fun of. Like, I know that people love the marigold or whatever, girly dream pop, fucking unicorn horn lollipop wrestling, whatever the girls are doing over there in Japan. But no one knows who they are. No one knows who they are. People don't know who Momo Wanatabi Mabachupu is. And she comes over here. I don't know. Thank you, Lex. And this was the longest match that ever happened. I watched it in 2x speed, and I was still like, can this fucking end? And here's Mercedes.
So you were at your television yelling, Momo Watanabe.
I was like, who is this girl, and why is she just continually beating the shit? And it's still and yet another situation where she's just beating on her. And I'm going, wait, who's the baby face here? I thought this girl was the baby face, but because she doesn't know how to clearly translate what she does to anything resembling an American wrestling television show, it's just confusion. And then all you see is people that are just like match horny, where they're just like, that was a great match. That was such a good match. I'm like, what the fuck happened in it? This girl, this random Japanese girl that nobody knows, beat the shit out of Sasha for 20 minutes, and then she just won. That was the match. It was, oh God, it's so perfect. Yeah, all right, sure.
I like how Dave Meltzer has beef with Monet now, and he's giving her like 3 stars and shit because she called him a loser or whatever. That's so funny. So Dr. Chris Featherstone, PhD at Chris Prolific says, so he came in hot with the Lucha Brothers news, right? And everyone was like, damn, this guy's spot on with his reporting. because like Ray Phoenix responded to him directly on X and was like, this is the closest, most accurate thing to the truth, blah, blah, blah. And then ever since, Featherstone's just been missing. And everybody's been jumping all over him. I think he like quit Twitter for a bit and shit. I don't know, but people are jumping on his ass for
well,
this.
good thing he has that PhD to fall back on. So he should be okay. He'll be okay.
He says that sources close to the situation have informed me that Eddie Kingston is thinking of retiring from professional wrestling due to his belief that pro wrestling has passed him and he doesn't understand the current landscape anymore. It is important to
Never did.
It is important to note per sources that Kingston is not frustrated with AEW, but this is more of him evaluating his current status in the business as a whole and feeling as if his days as a pro wrestler have passed him by.
Dr. Chris Weatherbury reports that that Eddie Kingston hates Mondays and loves lasagna. What the fuck? This is enough of this nonsense. I think anybody could have guessed 40-something-year-old, clearly massively out of shape Eddie Kingston, who broke his leg doing a hardcore match in Japan for absolutely no reason. And the last time we saw him, he looked like a guy bumming cigarettes in front of a 7-Eleven. I would have guessed that, yes, he's about done with wrestling too. And if he wasn't, somebody should tell his entire being.
Oh man, embracing the grind, bruv. Like Eddie Kingston, no fucking. He gets hurt once. He's like, yeah, fuck this dog. I'm fucking done.
Yeah, he's embracing the grinder like sandwiches. I mean, Eddie Kingston, I get it. Like he is somebody that when he talks from day one, I've seen this dude back when he was in Chikara and stuff, right? I would go, well, this guy, he's an actor. This guy's an actor. He's a really great talker. He's very believable. He can do that kind of shit. But this man will quite literally refuse to stop eating fucking bread. Like he looks like he wakes up in the morning and has a fucking Miller Lite bread bowl for breakfast. He's constantly looks like shit. And it's like, please, dude, people, like, that's why he's like, when Punk came in, and he was like, oh, this CM Punk, he hates me. And he's like, no, we're just trying to tell you to like lift a fucking weight. Please pick one up. Oh,
Cesaro didn't like me, man. Danielson didn't like me. Oh, you mean all these over guys who got over and are super known for going like an hour?
These guys that have something resembling self-control and self-respect for their body and attempt to, because they're going to be professional wrestlers. And Daniel Bryan, even though his brain is scrambled eggs at this point, he doesn't have to end his career because he's a fat guy that took a suplex onto a fucking barricade and broke his leg in 8 places.
He's like, Joey, you don't know the Muay Thai I'm doing.
I don't know if you know this, but I go to jujitsu and I roll around on the jujitsu. Cool. God.
Oh,
I know you like the MMA shit, but the false sense that it gives some of these guys is humiliating. It's absolutely humiliating because I have friends that do it, and it's a cult. It's like a CrossFit type thing, right?
Well, jiu-jitsu can get like that a lot,
but there's people that are normal that are into it, and then there's a guy like Eddie Kingston where he goes and does jiu-jitsu, and then
Moxley's mad. Like Moxley does like a white belt tournament, gets choked out by some dude, and he's all like, oh, what the fuck? And it's like, bro, you smoke cigarettes and shit. Like this guy's like actually training, trying to win this shit. You're like wrestling death matches on the side. It's not.
Yeah, John Moxley's falling on.
He's
like
falling on.
He
can go in the UFC.
Yeah,
it's like Punk thinking he can go in the fucking UFC. It's like, dude, I get you trained to like blue belt or whatever the fuck you're at, but like you can't go in there in the UFC with the elite of the elite. Like some of these people are like world-class Olympic level wrestlers or something. Like, what are you going to do when you get it? It's just crazy. So no, I totally get where you're coming from,
Well, you're telling me that John Moxley isn't the level of athlete as John Bones Jones? Is that what you're insinuating to me?
Exactly.
The guy whose arms are the length of a 747 and his brother is a fucking NFL player? You're telling me that John Moxley is not the same thing as him? Guy who gets drunk and throws his phone in the fire and then has his wife explain it away on the internet like that guy.
Stabs fucking chopsticks into his forehead in Japan, and
Yeah,
and then calls fucking Fightful or Sports Illustrated at 1 a.m. I'm bleeding, I can't sleep. I'm bleeding on the couch, I can't sleep. Here's how cool I am.
Goes to Atlantic City and just for some reason does get death matches for 450 people that have already seen every death match spot that's ever happened. Like, I just don't get it. But yeah, it's Eddie Kingston. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm just, wailing away on the guy. But it is exhausting to see somebody like him because he did have this fucking great talent as far as being able to cut promos and talk. Yeah. But he was insistent on, once again, I don't, has he eaten a vegetable in his life? Probably not. And having having matches like he's a 6'3" Japanese Adonis in 1992, when he's barely a guy that should be fucking, cutting up a fucking breakfast sandwich in a bodega. Like, that's what he looks like. Well, reality needs to set in for some of these guys. And that's all I'm saying. And it's being mean. It's being mean. He cried when shithead Sammy Guevara called him fat. Well, I'm sorry, dude. It only hurts because it's true.
Yes. Here we got some super chats. Miss October 30 says, saw your recent clip, Phil. Why would Tony take credit for this hot shit? Ooh, well, because you know what they say, right? I mean, where's
the best guys, Tony Khan.
So that's what they say, right? He's the best guy. Everything's great. So of course that's what he's gonna do. And I don't know if you saw that, like Tony Khan being like, oh, like I've been turning down so much stuff. All the bad creative coming my way. I turn it down now. And I'm like, that's not great. This is great. And it's like, you're taking credit for like mid-level shows. They've had 4 good shows, good, quote unquote, for sickos like me. And then they're sitting there taking victory laps again. So
I love the idea of him saying, I turned down all this creative and the thing is still that bad. You know what I mean?
Oh. I know. ST says, TK Mark says Hulk Copen.
Oh.
Okay, Hulk Copen. Oh, well, TK Mark. Yeah, that's a guy who trolls. Like, I think Meltzer's like lets this guy still comment to him because he doesn't realize he's trolling. He's not really a Tony Khan Mark. I don't know. funny troll nonetheless. Anna says he's frustrated with the buffet. Talking about Kingston. Oh, Jesus.
Well, so let me tell you something, all right? I go to the buffet. You got there too late. The crab rangoons are cold. The orange chicken is cold too. It's cold like my heart. You know what I mean? It's cold. It's cold. And I tell you, I go over and you wouldn't believe it. That's Eddie Kingston.
Yeah. Mad Mex 989 became a new member. Yeah, thank you. Memberships are like 99 cents. If you guys support what I do, check me out on Patreon, whatever. Hit the like button, the dislike button, leave a comment, just all that YouTube shit. Appreciate you so much. And we have another member here as well, Fat Sean Kemp. God bless you. Thank you so much for joining up.
These are soup fellas, and I
here we go.
Yeah, what we got?
We got Lincoln Hawk wrestling. Well, the soup fellas, though. Glad welcome to the PWT universe. We cross over. We touch tips here sometimes. Wrestling passed up that washed up loser. Whoa. Hey, tell us how you really feel, dude.
Oh, hey,
before he started. No talent ass clowns. Lincoln Hawk.
Stupid idiot.
Oh, man. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay, thank you.
Well, you know what? I think what should happen now is that Eddie Kingston should just do a podcast with Carmella, and that would be it. That would be the move. Just have them join forces.
What do you think they would talk about?
I don't know. Drinking. That probably makes sense. She's drinking wine. He's drinking anything that, he can find. Something like that.
So let me see here. I think I got one more, guys, here. I didn't miss any of them, I don't think, here. Okay, so Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer for 5 says, Eddie, it looks like an angry mechanic having trouble paying child support. God damn, you guys really fucking don't like Eddie.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Well, this is the reason why, though, because this dude has spent years doing this. Like, he asked the girl on a date and she says no. And you're fat and ugly anyways. Like, that's him with wrestling that's coherent. He was a guy. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, you
Well,
go
but
ahead.
I'm saying he's a guy that ever like he tells you, "Oh, I never wanted that anyways." You sure? You sure? Or is it just you don't have any sort of self-control? I mean, just being real, because it sure looks like it's the latter. You know?
And we watched a video the other week, dude, where he's like, I don't even like that style of wrestling. I don't even like the federate. I don't even like that over there. And then it fucking cuts to a picture of a news article of him trying out for NXT in the best shape of his life, mind you.
Yeah, he was the best shape of his life, like an oval. I think that was what it was. No, but that's dude. And by the way, I'm like a fat fuck too, so I'm just fucking around. But like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to hear this from these people. It's baloney.
Yeah.
Good God.
Anna became a new member. StreamYard's fucking around too, guys. I'm sorry if so I apologize for all that. It's it's crazy, man. It was going really well, and then the last couple shows it's been, X is under cyber attack. Maybe StreamYard's next. Who knows? Anna, thank you for becoming a member, though. Real Rain 89 says Kingston is a less talented, less skilled Conan. Well,
Jesus. Man, let's just keep talking about Eddie Kingston. We'll pay off our fucking student loans. I don't know if you guys have those in Canada. I'm not sure.
Big time, dude. But we don't get thrown in jail if we don't pay them. I don't, or whatever. So here's the thing, though. Speaking of Conan, and I was just gonna say we might as well make this the Eddie Kingston show. Forget Conan. So what does Eddie Kingston eat for lunch, if you had to take a guess there, Joey? No, I'm kidding. Kingston is New Japan Pro Wrestle fanboy. He's also a All Japan Pro Wrestle fanboy. For instance, when him and Claudio Castagnoli dressed as like Kawada and Misawa or whatever, and then they had that match in AEW with the same finish from that All Japan match or whatever. Eric Turner became a new member. Holy shit, my head's exploding. Thank you so much. Listen, a round of applause for everybody who's a new member super chatting in. You're all the best. You're a draw, Joey. What can I say? My word. Okay, let's get through some more of this news here. The Aubrey Edwards t-shirt, that's hilarious. I keep some of these in here for a good giggle. Now, JD from NY. JD, speaking of guys who were over there, and now they're over here now. Oh, JD says, this is what happens when you don't have any production meetings. Inexcusable. And then the coach responds and says, this is exactly what we said today, JD, on the coach and the bro. Vinnie Mac or Triple H would never allow an interview of anyone on their big shows without a writer giving them the questions and answers. Saw one of her co-stars defending this online, saying she meant that she learned during the movie that you have already won, etc., etc. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she meant. It's what she said, and no one in the business would ever say this in front of a live crowd in the middle of the actual wrestling shows. Blows my mind, the details that are missed by those at the top of the game who should know better. Let's take a listen to this clip here. If you guys haven't heard it, it's the stars from the Queen of the Ring, basically telling everyone wrestling's a work, like nobody knows. This little kid behind her is like, what the fuck, Dad? You said this shit was real. You know what I mean? Like, who was surprised by this, especially at an AEW gore fest show with fucking, Tony Storm and all of that. And I get it. I'm a sicko. I watch it, but like, how many kids are even really here?
Real quick. Real quick before we play this, let's just put this into the ether. Imagine if AEW was real. Just picture how that could be real. What a fucked up show. like there was no cooperation and people are stabbing each other with needles and glass fists and jumping off of 25. Like this all happened organically. Picture
the bucket of glass with the tape is. They're just sitting there. Why are we watching this?
Like Tony Storm she just decided like this was all real. Like imagine this was all real. And it was some British woman or wherever she is, fucking New Zealand, I don't know. And she's like, I'm really a movie star. I'm gonna punch your tits with glass. Like, imagine if that was real. That's almost better if you put it into that perspective. God. But yeah, let's hear what this famous actress says.
One thing I learned about pro wrestlers, y'all know you're gonna win before anybody else does. So thank you for teaching me that.
That's awesome.
That's Tony Schiavone
awesome.
forced to just smile and be like, God, what has my life come to?
I love
Just
it.
like,
I
Jesus.
love watching Tony Schiavone be uncomfortable.
He's like, I've got
the
so
best.
many kids. I can't say no. It's so sad.
Yeah, y'all know you were gonna win before this happened. I mean, honestly, even the performers at Brazzers know to not break the fourth wall like this. Okay, like what the fuck?
And then the news came out. There was an audible like groan when they heard this. They were all like, "Oh!" But Tony was sitting there like, "This is great. This is amazing. Pass me a soda water. I'm just enthralled."
So, let me ask you this question: do you think we could bring her in and have her run like Jade?
Yeah.
Think she could win every match for the next 3 to 6 years?
So I don't know what the coach and the bro are talking about here. Yeah, pretty much it's being a little bit blown out of proportion, but yeah, this is a lack of Tony Khan like having the balls to just meet with everybody. And
It's the fakest show that's ever happened in pro wrestling. I mean, what can we?
It's like a parody. It's like Mel Brooks presents pro wrestling.
Oh
or whatever.
yeah.
So
Jesus Christ.
I got blocked by Rated R Cope, Adam Copeland, out of nowhere. Again, I'm not one of these guys who's like he's the goat. He is one of my goats. Like if I were to comprise, like I know people throw the term goat around. So if I were to comprise like a top 50 for me, Edge would probably be on it somewhere. But yeah, it's just I got blocked for something. I don't know what. I've never trashed him or anything. So yeah, just bringing that to the show. Letting
Well, he was a goat. He was good only at that time. That's
yeah.
what I was saying.
So here's some Steiner math on some fucking CVV videos. So here's Bruv. Okay, so people not enjoying falling down, getting back up, falling down, getting back up as much as they're enjoying like the peaks and the freaks and the geeks. You know what I mean? So Will Ospreay does a show with CVV, Giga Chad Van Vliet, 5 days ago, 76,000 views. And then Scott Steiner shows up.
7 hours.
Yeah, dude, 7 hours
That's
ago,
awesome.
86K fucking views, man. He's a bigger draw than Will Ospreay after Tony gave him all of that fucking money. So those YouTube numbers they're falling down and getting back up, then fall down, get back up, bro.
I just love the idea of Scott Steiner being interviewed and be like, you want to really pull on muscle, you gotta wake up in the morning, you eat an entire 62-ounce steak, and then that gets 100,000 views in 10 seconds. And Will Ospreay is like sawing his dick off and setting himself on fire. And people are like, yeah, that's all right.
And he's like, no, I love Triple H, bro. I don't even, he doesn't even know me like that, bro.
Oh, what he doesn't understand about me, bruv. What he don't understand is I have very good matches, bruv. My favorite thing to do is I do a big flip off the top of a cage and then I fall on grass. And then the match ends with a shitty little elbow. I'm a good worker, bro. I'm the best wrestler in the whole wide world. It all makes sense if you're fucking 8 years old.
Do you see the video where he goes to that fucking indie wherever, and it's called Universe Rumble, the Universal Rumble or whatever, and they had this fat schlub dress up like Triple H. This was recently, and he comes out and Will Ospreay hits this guy with a pedigree, and the guy comes out with a water bottle wearing Triple H's gear and his music pretending to be Triple H, right? And this is recently. And so when CVV posted, I covered this here on the show before, but when he posted, he's like, hey guys, what's the question you want Will Ospreay to be asked? I posted underneath. I was like, can you ask him what his obsession with Triple H is? Like he fucking, he brings up the whatever thing. And then recently he was in this Universal Rumble thing where he got some fat schlub to dress up like Triple H. And then he pedigreed him, whatever. I explained what I just explained to you. I was like, it seems tribalistic to fans. Thank you. And then fucking that was the most liked comment under CVV's thing. And then he asked Will Ospreay on the show. He's like, so what's your beef with Triple H? And then Ospreay's explanation. So I just bring it up to say, Ospreay's explanation was he's like, oh no, I knew he was talking about me, mate. Like me, mate. I know someone who told me, bruv, it meant me. And I'm sitting there thinking, so Dave Meltzer just fucking caused this whole thing? Pretty much. Like, who else would it be? But he's like, oh no, I was. Yeah, he's like, I was told this, whatever. And then you know, he addresses that part, and then all of a sudden he looks at the camera and he's like, oh yeah, and there was recently, you know, I'm at an indie and this bruv walks in dressed like Triple H, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
because he didn't know it was going to happen.
yeah, and I'm like, well, so what? It was so fucking funny how
Oh,
he
my
just
God.
clearly was and he looks right at the camera before he said, I covered it on my last show. If you're new here, go back to my last live show. I believe I played the clips and reacted to them and everything. But
Dude, I have to give a lot of credit to, and I unconditionally will stand up for Chris Van Vliet for one reason.
me too.
And this is why. Now, other than him obviously like being professional and having good interviews, but he uses the pretty boy, nice guy smile in the exact way that it's like, thank you for doing that. Like you said, like he'll ask these guys questions. They can be like, yeah, so Will Ospreay, I saw this thing. It's why are you a huge baby? And he just gets away with that because he looks like Ryan Seacrest. It's
Right.
beautiful.
It's like literally Anne Hathaway wants to fuck him. You know, there's that viral clip of where she's like, oh my God, like, you know, she's thirsted over him.
Sick.
These celebrity chicks meet him and are like, oh my God, this guy, like they give him the best interviews because I don't know, he's Giga Chad Van Vliet. I call him Giga Chad Van Vliet. He also acknowledged that before too. He tweeted to me CV or GCVV instead of CVV. And I was like, yeah, dude, like, because that's just it. He presses people. He lets Velveteen Dream come on his show and explain his shit. And he's just, but the whole time he's looking at him like, okay, like, you know, this shit doesn't make any fucking sense, right? That's what he's saying, but he's saying it nice and through the smile and to where you're like, yes, thank you. You actually just said what we're thinking, but he knows how to.
It's just reminding us that you can be just pretty enough to look somebody in the face and say, what's with the cocaine and kids? You know?
Yeah,
like
dude.
there is a level of pretty enough as a man that you can look and go, so about the kids and the cocaine.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're like, oh no, you're cool. Here's the letter I wrote this child.
Oh Christ.
Oh man. But yeah, shout out Giga Chad, and I guess shout out Scott Steiner, man. Still putting the fucking numbers up.
Sick.
Speaking of numbers, the collision ratings are in 363,000 and a 0.10 in the key demo. The key demo has been plummeting lately. This might be a little bit up. It might have been like a 0.09, but either way, like I don't really get into the nitty gritty with the ratings. I get fucking bored by all that shit. I think it's redundant and stupid, but it's the game everyone wants to play. So I cover the numbers, right? 363K. Okay, that's how much you're going to watch almost every time unless the WWE's on or whatever. And yeah, the key demo's hurting. So what do you make of all that? You have anything to add to that? I mean,
300. I'm surprised it's, and I'm not even being sarcastic here. I know that's my tone of voice and I can't help it, but I'm surprised it's even that. It's a Saturday night for a highly uninteresting show. And that was with them competing against the pay-per-view, right? Or was that the week prior? I'm mixing up the dates.
I think this is the week.
This is the week
prior. I don't fucking know,
okay.
dude. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember.
Well, either way, I mean, who's sitting around? It's like it's a Saturday night, and they're going, man, I gotta stay in. I gotta stay in. Lee Moriarty is facing off against Daniel Garcia.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry. Like, it's just like, the texts are coming in, the phone calls. Hey, you want to go do something? No, I got to watch 270-pound guys pretend like they're 6'3" Japanese dudes. Like I said earlier, like I got to do that. Now I'm shocked that it even gets 300,000 people at this point, honestly. Truly.
Well, speaking of 300,000 people and having to do that, AEW has 300,000 fucking people contracted to their roster, and when you're there, you have to compete in a tournament because Tony Khan has booked the official, I believe, if my math's correct on this, guys, this is the 38th tournament. I think it's the 38th in company history, which mathematically works out that Tony books one tournament every 2 months since the company's inception. That's literally a stat. And not only did we just have a tournament winner, Takeshita, who's a champion, but essentially they had a tournament to face Kenny Omega, right? Where a champion won a tournament to defend his belt against Kenny Omega at fucking Revolution. But then immediately Tony Khan goes, I know, another tournament to face Kenny Omega at Dynasty. So
this is awesome. It's like you said, every 2 months there's a new neurodivergent Kumite. It's
I
great.
know.
It's like, did you add up the points and then divide it by pi? And then it's all, and wait, and all of this is to face against fucking Kenny Omega?
Again, they just had a tournament to face Kenny where the Takeshita won, and he's the champion. So he won a tournament to defend his belt against Kenny Omega. That's literally what happened. And then now they're having another tournament to determine the number one contender for this belt Kenny Omega just won. Like a tournament didn't resolve that. Like you couldn't go, okay, well, Takeshita was number one, right? So who was the guy he beat to get to Kenny? Because that would be number two. No, like it's already figured out, bro. We just had a fucking tournament. So it's like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. People are like, this isn't lazy booking. This is the laziest.
It's
2 months.
idiotic.
Every 2 months he books a fucking tournament. It's crazy. When I saw that number, I couldn't believe it. That's a real stat, folks. So Orange Cassidy is taking on Hechicero.
Oh,
who's got that one?
Which guy is Hechicero? Which guy is that? What is he? I mean, his name also, I don't know. Hechicero.
Hechicero is the created dude from WWE 2K. No, he's this guy right here. Hechicero. Right? The world famous.
Wait, can you please click to him back for a second for the people?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Hechicero, dude, right here, man. What do you make of him?
Look at the Hechicero real quick. All right, guys, just soak that in. Look that in real quick. Just give him a look. See, maybe look in the bottom picture on the far left where he's wearing the big belly cover with his crossover suspenders. No, guys, this is real. This is a really cool, important, good guy. So get ready for Hechicero. He's gonna him and Churro are gonna fucking have a great match. Wait, no, who's he going against? Orange Cassidy?
Orange Cassidy in the tournament opener. I want your picks, Joey. You gotta let me know, man.
Oh fuck. Well, I mean, I will never, for the rest of my natural life, bet a nickel against Orange Cassidy in this company. I would bet that at this point, Orange Cassidy would. I don't know. He could be immortal. Like that's my safest bet. How could you not pick him? How many matches has he lost in 6 years? Like 6? Speaking, he's lost more matches. You know what? I'm gonna just put this out there because you just mentioned this stat. I'll do an inverse of it. Has Orange Cassidy lost as many matches as Tony Khan has booked tournaments?
Damn, that would be an interesting. Someone's got to get
Probably
back.
Probably not, dude.
Unlike you, Joey, I'm not a Numbas guy, B, as Brendan Schaub would say.
Well, you see, no, what I do, dude, you gotta this is a game that I've played for many, many years. I present ideas because I don't know. And then I ask people, I go, can you look at that really quickly? Because I'm doing a show and they're not. So it's a helpful little thing to do because I'm like, I can't look at it right now because I'm entertaining you folks. But I can almost bet that in the next couple of minutes, somebody's going to send a thing. It's like, yeah, no, Tony Khan's booked more tournaments than Orange Cassidy's lost. That's my guess.
Exactly. So someone in chat, you know the drill. Figure that shit out. Up next, we have Wild Card versus the Beast Mortis. So a wild card tonight. We don't know who it is.
Is he a luchador too? I don't know. Wild Card? Is that a...
No, yeah. Yeah, dude, it's Vacant's tag partner that we haven't known. But yeah, dude, wild card. So we don't know who that is. People are saying it's going to be Mike Bailey, which it's like, why don't you just announce if it's Mike Bailey? But we have Katsuyori Shibata versus Ricochet, who I think is going to win this tournament.
Ricochet?
Yeah, I think he's going to win the whole goddamn thing. I think it makes sense for AEW and like what they're doing.
Oh boy. Good God. I mean, Ricochet, if we're at the point where Ricochet is one of the main characters on our TV show, really kick that around in your head. But yeah, no, you're probably right. And then look what we got here for the last match. We got Mark versus Mark. That sounds about right for an AEW show, huh?
Hey, yo. The best guy, Tony Khan.
It hurt my feelings.
That's like the N-word, Joey. You're not allowed to say that. I'm telling Brian.
Well, I mean, that's my next album. I'm covering Kanye. It's Marks in Paris. That's
Marks in Paris. Dude. So Mark Briscoe versus Mark Davis. So
Oh yeah, there we go.
There
Has
you
any
go.
has any human being been more underutilized? I mean, when we just this is such a vague statement when you take into account AEW, right? But how few people have they missed the boat on than Mark Briscoe and the story they had and what they could have told? I mean, if someone will say, "Well, they did it in ROH," and that's like cool, and I sing in the shower sometimes. It doesn't fucking mean anything. But wow, did they screw the pooch on that? But now, don't worry, he's in a dynasty tournament for the opportunity to smell Kenny Omega's hair against Mark Davis. Like, what the fuck? God, what a waste.
So did they hold on, man? Did they just announce on Dynamite that Swerve? So listen, they're gonna have another match, Edge versus Mox for the world title, and it's announced that the winner will face Swerve at Dynasty for the world title. So once again, instead of two guys fighting each other for the shot at the world title, they're going, no, you're fighting. The champions are fighting to figure out who gets to defend their title against Swerve.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucking Mark!
Like, how do they get away with this shit? How does anybody defend this garbage?
Oh, well, dude, don't worry. I heard that they're going to do a Super Bowl rematch. It's going to be the Eagles and the Chiefs, and they're going to have the opportunity to play the Bears. Whoever wins that gets the opportunity to play the Arizona Cardinals. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god, dude. This is crazy. This is insane, man. So last pay-per-view, they had a tournament to decide who was going to face Kenny Omega, and the winner of it was a champion who got the right to defend his title against Kenny. Now they're having two guys do a number one contender match for their own belt against Swerve at the pay-per-view.
I love that John Moxley is so unhinged and he can't be controlled. He's an unstoppable man in green pants. You can't stop the green pants. But you know what? But you know what though? He'll have another match with Adam Copeland, who he's already technically beat.
Yeah.
So he has the opportunity to beat a guy that was a champion a year and a half ago.
He'll commit murders, but he'll show up for the sanctioned match you booked him for against this fucking guy. Like, none of this shit makes sense. They'll kidnap people. Do you remember for like a couple weeks they like kidnapped FTR, and then FTR's just on TV like, well, damn, golly gee, that was real hard on me and my family after I was kidnapped. You know?
Dax is like, oh, gee golly whiz, I guess that they waterboarded me down. They brought me down into a basement, and I went to Guantanamo Bay, and I just tell you, shucks, gee whiz, I'll tell you.
And they're just back at work. It's like, what happened? Like, aren't they kidnapping people? Like, are the Rock and Roll Express alive? Why is there no explanation to any of the things that are happening?
I like the idea of them just randomly revealing in 2 months that Ricky Morton is still living in a basement somewhere, like he's just been trapped.
Yeah, help! He's just yelling, help!
and Pac shows up occasionally, mostly naked, to throw a couple cans of tuna down there.
Oh my god!
Guess what I brought for you, Richard?
Yeah. Oh my god! Dude.
Chicken of the sea.
Chicken of the sea. Yeah.
Good day, sir.
Oh man. Devo says we talk about Dave bumping his booty biters yet? Oh no, we're getting there, buddy. Don't worry. Dave munching all that fucking Will Ospreay booty lately. Anna says Tony Schiavone's kids have CPS on speed dial. Oh shit. That's crazy.
Could you picture Tony Schiavone with that voice? Just, who left their shoes by the door?
Yeah.
Oh my!
It's Tim! Tim, pick up your shoes!
Oh, this is crazy. I saw your report card. It's crazy. Isn't this crazy?
Hold on a second. My phone's ringing.
Who gets, oh my goodness, who gets a B in gym? That's all I'm saying. That's crazy, guys. Can you believe this, Taz?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm level 63 at Candy Crush. I'll be with you in a second. You always hear his phone going off and shit. Or they're like, Schiavone's on his phone right now. He'd rather be anywhere in the world.
Shivani's on there just scrolling Instagram thoughts, making $200,000 a
Yeah,
week.
he's swiping left on bitches in town in his area, right? Whatever town he's in. Miss October 30 says, sorry if I'm going wild in chat. I'm on demon time. You guys know what I mean? Oh shit. Well, hey, Shivani's out there swiping right. You might be able to.
You just made the list.
It might be on there. You know what I mean? It might go down. Demon time.
It's like, Miss October. Wow. What a lady.
Oh, shit, man, that is fucking funny. Okay, so Moxley's cutting a cringe promo. Let's continue along with this news. Oh yeah, here's the world title, right? So you saw this video. Here's the last.
I didn't.
Well, here's the last anyone's seen of the AEW world title.
Yes. Oh no. Oh no. You know what? The universe provides, Phil, because there's no better way to describe AEW than an Asian lady nobody knows popping out of a trash can with the belt.
With the belt going, Moxley, I found it.
Going, Momo, Momo.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
Giving the little peace sign. Wah!
Yeah, dude. Holy shit, how funny is that? We haven't seen it on their TV in how long? If you watch their show, that belt's nowhere to be found. Mox is like, yeah, it's in a briefcase. I lost it somewhere. Isn't that cool? And then this lady pops up out of a trash can. We found it.
I will say I do like the idea of now, if they'd have done this from the beginning, if Moxley, when he beat people, took something and put it in the briefcase, like a time capsule. You know, like if he beat Swerve and was like, I'm taking that fucking robe.
Yeah, exactly. I'm taking a robe, or I'm taking your grill, or I'm cutting a piece of Copeland's hair off, or whatever. And he's collecting something from each person. Are you pitching that as an actual good idea?
I think that's, well, I mean, I hate to give them ideas.
No, that's actually that would actually make him, actually be kind of crazy and cool. That'd be like, all right, what is he doing? Yeah, dude. See, you just thought of that. You just thought of that. That's what I mean. It's crazy to me how Tony's like, I block out all the bad ideas. Well, other than Moxley's or Monet's, because she has creative control. I mean, I guess, Edge is allowed to do what he wants to.
What if after he beat Edge, he put like an Alter Bridge CD in the thing, in the briefcase? And Edge was like, that's my favorite album. We're like, we knew that without looking at you. Like a picture of Guy Fieri. And he's like, close enough.
That's my friend. I met Guy Fieri. So
even Guy Fieri doesn't like him. That's a sad thing.
Yeah, dude. So Beast Mortis as hologram makes his way to the ring here, I believe, on Dynamite. The Beast Mortis takes on Wild Card. You gotta assume that's Mike Bailey, right?
Oh boy.
Post Wrestling says that Swerve Strickland reveals he's under contract to AEW until 2029, so he's getting that Tony money until 2029. Swerve famously was on the football field talking to that dude like, hey man, we're signed to Tony Khan and he lets me do whatever I want. So what do you think? Okay, wait. Well, hold on though. First off, what do you make of Hologram being teamed up with Harley Cameron and Excalibur going, Harley Graham, she's Harley Graham here on AEW, and Powerhouse Hobbs is their tag partner. So that's something happening on Dynamite right now. What do you make of that? And then let's talk about Swerve.
Well, we realized that Harley Cameron was getting over. She was doing a good job. So what we had to do was promptly fuck that up.
Yeah, it's promptly. I'm telling you, this is my thing with Tony Khan, and I've pointed it out. Unlike anyone, I swear to God, I pointed out more instances of this. No one harps on this enough, and I'm telling you, well, maybe people have pointed it out, but I fucking rag on this to death because it must be known. Like, he has to realize this is what people are picking up on. If you get over on your own, he fucking buries you. If you have the ability, the Acclaim, they got over with their own shit from Dark and Dark Elevation. He buries them. Like, he pulls the trigger on them too late, and then now they're just nothing. Athena starts getting over on AEW Dark by, like, shooting on chicks. Like it was a work, but she's like throwing bitches over the top rope and glomming them and shit. And then she starts getting over. They send her to ROH. Who else? Just name anybody, right? Harley Cameron. Oh yeah, we'll give her a match. Mercedes will beat her, and then she'll be with Hologram. What the fuck? Wearing a mask. Yeah, this beautiful
They
hot
put a
chick.
mask
Let's
on
put
her?
a mask on her. Hey, I have another idea. Let's cover her tits too with a fucking turtleneck. Like, what the fuck is he thinking? I don't understand.
I have just the idea. Put her in a burqa.
Yeah, dude, put her in a burqa. Like, what
Put her
the
in a
fuck
burqa
are
and
they
never
thinking?
let her talk. I think that's the move.
I have no idea. And then let's stick Powerhouse Hobbs with them. Like anybody who starts to get over, they just go, nah, fuck that. But if it's Tony's idea, like, oh,
That's
Orange
right.
Cassidy, he'll
That's
just shove it down your throat. Or if you make it feel like it's his idea. So Moxley knows how to make Tony feel like, yeah, Tony, we'll invade it. This is your idea, bro. Rocky 3, right? You saw that. He's like, I love that one. You know?
Well, you know what?
One.
I can't wait for Rocky 3 in like the next 6 months to where in the States they're going to be like, they were very unfair to Ivan. That's coming. I have. That's going to be the next thing. You know what? Apollo Creed, he wasn't very nice to Ivan. I mean, that's just all I'm saying. Like he did.
You know what they say, bro. If he dies, he dies. Am I right?
He said if he dies, he dies. He never said he wanted to kill him.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
he say he wanted to
never
kill him?
said he meant to do guilty, innocent till proven guilty. Am I right?
Typical Hollywood putting words
yeah,
in the mouth.
Woke. Everything's woke, bro.
you know that woke 1986 media. You know. by the way, Tony Khan, I don't know if you've ever heard of this term. Do you know what oppositional defiant disorder is?
Explain it.
Okay, so I got to directly
explain it to me. Well, yeah, I've heard it. I know, but why don't you tell me if you know?
Well, the funny thing is, if I was like, Tony, do you have oppositional defiancy disorder? He'd be like, I don't know what that is, but no. All right, ready for this? Is just a brief overview of it. Okay, a disorder in children. There you go. Marked by defiant and disobedient behavior to authority figures. The cause of oppositional defiant disorder is unknown, but likely involves a combination of genetic and environmental factors. All right, so ready for the symptoms for this?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can align this really quickly with what we got for AW. All right.
Okay,
so,
hold on. Soda water. Okay.
Well, there's aggression is the first one, but we know that's not true. So he gets a check for that one.
Hey, fear. Hold on. I was very aggressive in telling
Girl.
everyone else. I was very aggressive in letting my lawyers know just how fucking scared I was. Okay.
Weren't you intimidated by my fear?
I was very aggressive in letting them know. Listen, I was so fucking scared.
I aggressively told them I was scared. All right, so ready for this? Common symptoms.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, frequent temper tantrums. Check.
That doesn't happen. Hey, now that's fucking bullshit. Hold on a second. I have more money than Vern Gagne. Okay, go ahead with number 3.
You're bald assholes. You're a bunch of bald assholes.
You're a bald assholes, and I fucking hate Ted Turner. Never met him though. Go ahead.
Easy frustration, yet resentfulness. Wow, what do you think of that?
No, I'm not. Hey, hold on. I'm not mad at anybody. I mean, they're bald assholes, but fuck them. But I mean, I'm not mad. I swear, I'm very happy. It's great.
Oh, here's a good one. Defiance of rules and requests.
Oh, come on now. I listened when Moxley asked me to shove sticks in his head, and I listened to Tony Storm when she wanted to recreate the scene from Carrie with glass.
Oh, but Tony, I mean, the next couple of ones definitely don't fit the bill. Ready for this? Blaming others for their own mistakes.
Oh, come on now. You're an asshole. That's your fault that you asked me that question. Hold on. No, it's not my fault. You just asked me. It's not my fault. You're psychoanalyzing me.
No, that's not true. Also, deliberately annoying others. You don't do that, Tony, right? That's never.
Come on, it's great. Archie, give me a hug. Can I have a hug? Hold on. Before we can, I need to give you a hug. No handshake. Are you sure? No hug? Oh, okay, that's fine.
And there's 3 more, and they all kind of fit the bill, but the third one definitely is perfect. So I'll just leave it at this.
Yeah.
Difficulty accepting responsibility. What do you think of that one there?
We've had a great string of shows, and it's been really great, and I think it's been great, and the fans really love. Time Cop comes on tomorrow at 3 p.m. On TNT. See you guys.
By the way, I watched Time Cop back like a week and a half ago because I hadn't seen it since like 1993. For whatever reason, I think it was because during the pandemic, myself and the wife were watching back all the old Jean-Claude Van Damme movies because it was just brainless shit, right? So it was kind of fun. But I hadn't seen Time Cop since I was probably 8, maybe 10. And I'm watching it and I'm going, oh my God, this is this guy's whole frame of reference.
Well, because, if you do something in the future, but you thought of it in the past, but then you execute, like, for instance, I told everyone on the media call day that 5 years ago, I decided I was going to book things good, and I promised myself, but I didn't execute the promise till 4 years later, because that's what Jean-Claude Van Damme would do. Time Cop.
Do you think he would go back in time and tell himself to book Orange Cassidy even stronger? Is that what he would do?
Well, we're currently working on, my dad's inventing a time machine. He invented the bumper for the vehicle, and we're currently working on something with Elon right now. We're going to go back in time and actually put the world title on Orange Cassidy first.
Do you know what? If Elon Musk was like, I'm going to stop doing all these really unpopular cuts, what I'm going to do instead is invent a time machine for me and Tony Khan to go back and do smart shit. That would somehow be a little less embarrassing. I feel like I'd be like, well, all right. Like you just took 2 ASD out of their mind Nepo babies. And they were like, what the fuck would happen if we joined forces, but only for the world of professional wrestling?
Do you know? Go ahead.
No, but I'm just thinking of all the possibilities. Like, does he go back in time and like tell Eddie Guerrero to be like, no, Eddie? No.
I was just gonna say, do you know what? He would use it to go back in time, and I'm sure, like, yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, fucking jump underneath Owen Hart, or like tell mass transit not to fucking don't do it, he's gonna cut you, like, so,
instead of doing
it would be like things. Deadpool, like where he goes back and shoots Hitler. He'd stop all the travesties in wrestling. We're working on it right now.
He gets 3 wishes, and he goes back in time and watches some obscure Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, he would save Hayabusa from fucking, he would
He's
like
like,
wipe the
"No.
oil off the bottom rope or whatever.
Don't do that flip. Do this one.
Yeah. That's what he'd do. He'd go back in time to when Seidel slipped on the top rope. He's like, that's the one point where AEW fell apart. We've pinpointed it, Marty. He's got Doc Brown. We've pinpointed it, Tony. The precise minutes, the AEW fell apart, and it's when Seidel slipped on the top rope.
That's definitely what ruined it.
Yeah.
I will say, and I like putting this message out into the ether, as uncomfortable of one as it is, and I feel like spreading it to your audience as well. Do you think it's a little bit? Do you think it's a little bit, prophetic potentially for Ospreay to go around dressed like Hayabusa? Do you think that's probably not the move for a guy that does the stupid shit that he does?
I am going to sit there and think to myself in hindsight that that's harsh. However, I'm going to sit here now and think to myself, you might be fucking right, bruv.
Do you really want to put that gear on and do the shit that you do?
It's like having an Owen Hart tournament and having Darby fall off the thing, and it's like, well, he didn't, or like they string him up from the roof, and you go, well, okay, he didn't hurt himself in this, thank God, but if he did, though, was that the thing to do? I see what you're saying there, and I didn't even think about bruv wearing the Hayabusa shit with the style that he does, and like doing the flip off the fucking. Not saying like don't do a Spanish fly off the cage, but
I am.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. All you do is fall down, get back up, bruv. Sometimes when you fall down, if you don't get back up, bruv. You know what I mean?
I'm a weird kind of guy. Like, I think if you basically fall off a balcony, that should be the finish. I know.
Yeah, no, me
I
too.
know. I'm just a senior citizen over here. Sign out the AARP cards, but I'm a real old school kind of guy where when you do a backflip off a 20-something foot cage, that should probably be the finish instead of a shitty little elbow. But
Yeah.
like
No,
I
for
said,
sure.
I'm a fucking geezer, I guess. I don't know.
But that's crazy you bring up the Hayabusa Osprey thinks. I didn't even think about that, bro. That's so true. And he's already had neck issues and shit, right? It's like, how far do you take that, bro? You know?
Yeah. Well, this is like at this point, it's like if you're somebody that does really dangerous shit where you could land on your head all the time and you wore like a Big E shirt all the time to the ring. It's like, you know, maybe you're kind
you're right.
You're kind of throwing a middle finger up to the universe at that point, aren't you? Just a tad.
Yeah.
But, you know, good job,
m-
old Willie boy.
Speaking of middle finger to the universe,
Hmm.
that's what we do here at the PWT universe. We throw the middle fingers up to the fucking just I don't know, the way I don't know things are in the wrestling media and all that. So thank you for becoming a member, Monkey Balls, and also with a super chat. 25 minutes behind on the stream, but Osprey, well, we were just talking about him now. You'll be happy to know, got the perfect head to play one of the aliens if they ever remake Mars Attacks. Oh shit, not, bruv. Embrace the grind, not, bruv.
Do you happen to think that at any point that Osprey is going to be healthy enough to even show up in WWE? Like I don't know if he'll even
ever
sing.
sign there. I don't think he'll ever sign
No?
there. No, I think no, because I think Tony signed him up for like 8 years or some shit. He gets more money every year. I'm not kidding, dude. I'm pretty sure. So he gets more money like every year, and so I don't think he'll ever do it. I think by that time we'll see him slow down a step, and I don't think he'll ever do it. But I do think we see like MJF try his hand over there, maybe even a Kenny. I think Kenny needs to get the fuck over there when all's said and done, like have a match there or something. Like he's a guy they'd let walk in at Mania and get a win. And I don't know, like I do like Will Ospreay, but it's just clearly the Triple H shit got to him. And his fucking style as of late, like he doesn't understand. My main criticism of him before he got to AEW was like, okay, listen, what you're doing works outside of AEW, but once you're on TV, it's not going to work. Like you have to understand, you can't let everyone kick out of all of your finishers. Like his finishers look cool and shit, where he like picks them up and spins them around in the butterfly with the slam and the flips and shit. But listen, when you're on like TNA and you let Mike Bailey kick out of 15 of your finishes and then you kick out of 15 of his and then you pin him 1, 2, 3, it's like, okay, that's one thing. But when you're on AEW and everyone's screaming about that place over there, we don't think about those assholes, bald assholes. You know, it's like when that's going on and all the sickos are like, oh, the ratings, the max numbers, and you're getting paid millions, you cannot let people hit you with 9 finishers. Like Ospreay has all the tools to be really fucking good if he just like reined it in.
He just needs an adult.
Yeah, exactly. Jay Uso called it top guy speed. They don't call it slow down, rest, hold pace, Brian. Jay Uso was given an interview. He's like, me and Roman came up with this term, top guy speed. You know, like it's called pacing the match. Yeah, and like working your shit.
Roman's not the best example of that either. There's just like, maybe let's find a medium bowl of porridge between it taking 5 minutes for Roman Reigns to throw his hair back and Will Ospreay.
No, you're right.
Borderline killing himself in 2 minutes into the match. Like
you're absolutely right, and that's why we're here to call it out on both ends as well, right? And so, but I like that term. Like if they learn top guy speed, like Kenny would be fun to the kids if he was just like, hey kids, whatever, and he just put on fun matches and like
kids.
Well, for real, right? Like
maybe 10 years ago. Now he's a 45-year-old.
Yeah, you're right.
45-year-old.
I just mean like as white comes, like if he's just the guy who's like, oh, I love you all, you know, he's like the white meat babyface guy is what I meant. But, yeah.
That would, dude, I can't think of anything funnier at this point than Kenny Omega, who's starting to look more and more and more like a burnt old like gay man that lives on the beach. It's just
Hulk Hogan. He's becoming Hulk Hogan more. All he needs is a mustache.
And he just looks sad he's fucking Hulk Hogan. And if he just shows up and he's just like WWE's 46 years old. And he's like, "Hey kids, want to see me do a moonsault?" And they're like, "So
I do all those. Hey kids, I do all those moves in the video game that for create that aren't in anyone's moveset on the fucking game."
This is like, this is quite literally like the guy that shows up and is like, "I used to play baseball. I used to play football," to the kids. And they're like, yeah, sure, dude. Nice perm. Nice perm there. It's just this effeminate 45-year-old Canadian guy shows up. But Phil, this is also like why the internet just repeats these things and they get in your head, and then people don't really break down the optics of this. You know, like
he comes in, they're like, "Dude, what the fuck's wrong with his tights?"
He's like, "Hey kids, what's going on? Do you want to play Street Fighter?" And the parents are like pulling him away.
Bang, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?"
A 45-year-old Kenny Omega toasted to a crisp, one arm atrophying like he's.
And he's like, "I bit you all. That's you." Like, this is Rene Dupree's cousin. What the fuck is this?
He's got the fucking Paul Orndorff arm. He's like, "Hey, WWE Universe, kiss and a smooch and a whoop and a boo." And they're like, "What the this is." You wouldn't understand it. You're not from Japan. If you were from Japan, you'd understand this.
He's singing show tunes. Oh my god!
And there's just some guy who's like 375 pounds. That's just he is the human version of a fucking deodorant armpit stain. And he's like, "You guys don't get it. It's art. It's art." These idiots, they just want McDonald's.
Yeah, he comes in as a painter. "I am a painter. I bid you adieu." Bang bang.
What was like Bob? Bob
Watch
Ross.
Me paints this art all over these canvas. Oh, I'm Kenny Omega.
He does that and then just throws himself on his neck. That's it. That's the whole thing. But no, I agree. I look forward to cool guy 39-year-old Swerve showing up and being like, "Yo, I'm a rapper, dog." And 47-year-old Kenny Omega showing up for the kids. And I don't know, like, this is the problem. He's going to sign these guys to these contracts for an eternity. And by the time that they're ready to go to the real wrestling company, it's going to be real fucking bad. It's going to look really cringy.
So that's our thoughts on Swerve Strickland being under contract until 2029. So Hangman Page.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, it says, "Big thanks to all of you dumbasses who spent your hard-earned money on this shirt. I'm not usually one to brag, but fuck you. It's the best-selling shirt of the year. Planting 3 red twig dogwoods this weekend. So far, we'll lose out to Tony Mariah's shirt. I'd bet my left tit." So yeah, I guess Hangman's got the #1 selling shirt, and this guy's like, "Hangman, thanks fans for helping him have the best-selling shirt of the year." Crying face.
Hangman Page at this point just really feels like the last girl at the bar. I mean, come on. It's like Hangman Page gets to be over now. All we had to do was lose everyone that was. You know what I mean? That's all we had to do was everybody that was worth a shit had to go. And now Hangman Page is there, which, by the way, it's still hilarious to me that, and I was saying this on the show the other day too, that the Smart lists put Hangman Page up high on these promo lists. And then at the same time, they don't like acknowledge the fact that Gunther exists or that any of these other dudes. And they're like, "Let me tell you, man, that Hangman Page is really killing it." Is he?
He's not killing it. Just I'd say largely in part to his booking as well, and he has all the skills. Again, he's a guy that can cut good promos. He wrestles well, you know. But yeah, exactly. I don't rank him that high because what is he really like? Early in AEW, he had a great run. Since he's just been like a random guy who gets plugged into random shit, and his current shit with MJF is the worst thought out story ever, if you want to break that down too. But what were you going to say?
Well, let's think of anybody in the mid card in WWE right now that you would switch him out for.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't
Like, you would
trade
trade him
anyone
for
right
him.
now.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
Like,
not even Chad Gable, especially after that lucha shit on Raw. Because I'm like, okay, hold on, we got some Mr. America Hogan type shit going on here. Like, what's going on, man?
Yeah, that's it. There's so many more people there that currently are entertaining. So if people, oh no, well, Hangman Page is entertaining. What does Hangman Page really do in his matches that are that different
Yeah.
than a mid card WWE guy can provide for you at this point? Except there's more of it. That's all it is. It's incredibly similar to it. And by the way, that buckshot lariat thing he does might be. And this is including like the road dog pump handle slam butt fuck move. Okay. The only, his finish is maybe one of the most illogical fucking wrestling finishes you could possibly think
Her
of.
finisher's the worst maybe ever in history. Speaking of shitty finish, Tony Storm cut a promo and then got attacked by Megan Bayne, and the crowd barely reacted whatsoever. What's your thoughts on that?
On Megan Bayne?
Megan Bayne attacking Tony Storm, and I guess she's going to go after the world title next, and the crowd barely reacted.
I wouldn't have her on television after the shit she pulled with Thunder Rosa.
With Thunder, man, that's crazy
Yeah,
shit. Yeah, I was
she's never
talking to
back.
I was talking to a bud who was like, man, you know, like fucking, I didn't even see it. Like, I have a buddy who like knows people in AEW shit, but he doesn't watch. You know, like he doesn't. So he didn't. He's like, it's one of the only things that, and he was just messaging me about that, and we were both just like swapping back and forth, basically. Like, we were just like, man, it's pretty fucked, isn't it, that Thunder's been like chased in a bathroom. Fucking that bullshit happens on TV. She gets in a shoot fight with Ivelisse at one point. I mean, just everything. And then she does like that hostage video on Busted Open. I don't know if you saw that, where she's basically look, she's like, look, they asked her about the Megan Bayne thing, and she's like, look, you know, my job, she looks like she's about to cry, and she's just like, my job is just, I'm happy everyone was safe. My job's to keep everyone safe. And it's like, so in other words, hey, look, I didn't glom this bitch with a fucking steel chair and get myself fired or whatever. Listen, I kept everyone safe. Like, is that what you're saying? It seems so weird. And why don't they just let her go though, Joey? You know what I'm saying? Like, they let Ray Phoenix go. They let all these people go. You know, and then, or like a handful of them, and then they put her, she has to make that hostage video, and then she basically is in a tag match, glorified squash, where Megan Bayne beats her. Just let fucking Thunder go too. You hate all the Busted Open people. You're clearly fucking with her. Like, who sent her down with a steel chair? Like, where's the fuck up there? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that even happen? It's obviously they sent her out there to like test her or something. I have no clue.
Well,
but whatever it was just sloppy shop, and like, let her go instead of have this embarrassing shit play out on your fucking TV. Because Megan Bayne's buried before she even got her foot in the door. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but you always have to ask yourself in that situation, is this blatant disrespect, or is this blatant incompetence? And
a mixture of both.
Yeah. But when you look and you go, well, considering the two girls in the ring are like ex stripper Joey Janela girlfriends, we can make them look as good as humanly possible. They can learn how to do a fucking body slam and a bulldog. But at some point we go, these women are probably barely half trained. And then Tony Khan puts them on TV because they have matches with dudes. And they go, look how good they look, because these guys can carry a whole fucking match and carry them around like a broom. And then they go out and do stuff, and they don't know what to say, because they don't want to say that they're putting girls on TV that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they don't want to also say we don't have meetings, so therefore none of this makes sense, because this is a 30-second thing they could have done in a run through before, and it would have been perfectly fine. And then, assuming the worst, they don't want to say, well, actually, they're just unprofessional assholes that wanted to fuck with this girl, and they figured they'd screw the TV show up. But because there's absolutely zero discipline, structure, or continuity on this television show, we're going to reward them by having them come out in a match the next week and win. So
yeah,
you don't know what direction they're getting pulled in this. But no, it's once again, it's just, we're talking about a fucking complete clown show. And it's trying to add a lot of credence to like I don't know, Caillou or fucking Wishbone, like a show for babies. A show for babies.
Caillou, Wishbone.
Yeah, it's a show for babies, and so you have to remember that. It's like FUBU, for babies by babies. Like that's, I don't know, but it's a joke. It's a fucking clown show.
So Speedball Mike Bailey is debuting right now as the wild card, as we all predicted. What do you make of that? Are you a Speedball guy? Are you excited? He's a guy who said flat out, look, I don't care about going and main event in WrestleManias and shit. I don't give a fuck about any of that.
Because they don't want him there. They don't want.
Well,
him.
he's just like, look, man. He's like, look, dude, I like traveling the world, doing things on my own time, making money, and traveling the world with my wife and shit. And so we all pretty much knew he was going to sign with fucking AEW. He's here now. Crowd's not going too insane for it. Not a lot of people know who he is. I'm excited, but he's just going to get lost in the shuffle here, I fear.
Yeah.
What do you think of him, and what do you...
You mean the shoeless 5'5" guy with the mullet that does all the same kicks and moves as everybody else isn't resonating with them?
Oh, come on now, Joey. That's not very fair. Mike Bailey's a very good competitor. I know I'm Conrad Thompson, but listen, Joey Numbers, listen, that's not very fair. I'm here for Mike Bailey. I'm actually here for it, and I actually like Mike Bailey, and I think a healthy Mike Bailey and a healthy AEW is good for the wrestling business, Eric. Joey.
Oh, come on. You're not being fair to the Canadian karate dwarfs. That's not fair.
Oh, come on now. That's not very fair to call someone a dwarf just because they're 5'4".
That's not fair to call somebody a dwarf just because they have to jump into bed.
Well, listen, if you, hey, well, let me tell you something. If you had to save with Conrad.com right now, get yourself a Blue Chew, you'll be standing up a little taller. You know what I'm saying, Eric?
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now. I mean, it's not as though Tony Khan just keeps booking the same exact matches with the same exact guys with no intended purpose whatsoever, Eric. Eric, I don't know why you're saying that,
Eric, I don't think it's very fair. I'm actually here for it, and I actually think that it's not very fair, Eric, when you just say they're all flippy guys.
Right. It's not fair, Eric. I mean, what do you expect me to do? Shit on Tony Khan when he bought all his friends and I bought all mine?
It's not like I have a stage time. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say AEW's not doing well and Speedball Mike Bailey isn't doing Naomi's kicks. They do them differently, Eric. And I have a booth. Starcast is going down once again at All in Texas. So you shut your fucking mouth, Eric. Or I'll send you back to the unemployment line, okay?
I love the idea that Eric Bischoff's been telling him the same thing for 5 years and he has to keep pretending he's surprised.
Yeah, come on, Eric. That's not very fair.
I can't believe you're saying that. And then you hear Conrad talk about it, and he's pretending like it's sports radio. He's like, I have to contest it, just to kind of keep a flow and a rhythm and a talk going. And it's like, no, it's not. You're a fucking talk.
Yeah, he's like, and if you have arthritis, I have the perfect spatula for you. You come on down and. If you have glaucoma, well, boy, I have something that'll make you lunch. Head to saveconrad.com.
Oh, go to Conrad.com, buy our new magic beans. You can sell them. Put in promo.
You plant one, shit, you have a giant beanstalk by next Tuesday.
Well, let me tell you, put one of these in your backyard and you'll get a big fat boner. I don't know how it happens, but maybe a tree, maybe you get an erection, maybe both. It's a little crazy. No, I mean, Mike Bailey, it's just another guy. And I completely understand anybody, and I don't like blowing up guys' spots because it's almost obvious at this point, but I understand anybody that's sitting there going, hey, man, like, keep it down. I'm going to make a lot of money to do fucking nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. I get it. And they obviously have to say the thing like, oh boy, I'd sure hate going to NXT. That would suck so bad. I'm so much more excited to do this. Like they have to put that into the ether. It's like going back to a football reference. Nobody wants to get drafted by the worst team in the NFL, but they can't, get drafted and then have a poopy face,
Exactly.
They have to go, oh, I'm so excited to go to the Panthers. This is going to rule. Like they know it's
Give me that hat. I'll put that hat on real firmly and
teal. I look great in teal. Like, the millions of dollars make it a little easier, right? But Yeah,
So
no.
speaking of millions of dollars here, Swerve Strickland has confirmed he's under contract with AEW until 2029. He says, "Yup, signed with AEW until 2029. There's nowhere else I'd rather be." A lot of people say, "Oh, that's just a PR." He's supposed to say that shit. And I quote tweeted this. I was like, "Well, if you gotta, the old saying, dude, if you gotta say it, then I mean, so." But he's like, "I mean that shit from the bottom of my heart. There's no other place I'd rather be." Okay, well there you go. You'll be there.
Because he gets to show up and be king shit at Turd Island. So, I mean,
here's the stat, dude. According to the site, AEW fans tell everyone to check. This will be AEW's 34th tournament. That means on average, AEW launches a new tournament every 2 months. So there you go. The cons whiffed, speaking of football, on the franchise QB of their NFL team. So really, this is on brand for them. And yeah, here's just a little article. I mean, a lot of people are shitting on the Jaguars lately, and they're saying when the Jaguars drafted Trevor Lawrence first overall in 2021, they thought they had the franchise quarterback who could help lead them to a championship. When they signed him to a lucrative contract after his third year, the Jaguars were invested in a future with Lawrence, but the results through year 4 have not been great. Oh, they haven't been great. Please fix that verbiage. Jacksonville is 22-38 in games Lawrence started and has made the playoffs only once in his 4 seasons. And of course, how do you get the number 1 draft pick? By being the shittiest team to begin with. So it's pretty crazy. And I EFAP'd over on Patreon, guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I watched the NFL Day Films Presents, Tony Khan with the neck brace on thing. And yeah, dude, there's a part in there where he talks about how once a year, every year, they take one guy Tony Khan picks and puts him on the fucking Jaguars, and it's always a 6th or 7th round draft pick who goes doesn't get signed, or an undrafted. They're like, Tony's specialty is digging up undrafted or 7th round draft picks who don't get contracts, and then he's phoning everyone, and he's like, yeah, great, yeah, well, we look forward to meeting up with you and talking. I swear, if I could play it on YouTube, I would. It's on my Patreon. You get my reaction, but he's literally phoning up every single 7th round undrafted talents going, oh yeah, I can't wait to work with you. This is going to be an amazing deal. This is going to be a lucrative, amazing, promising the world. One guy every year goes on the team and their team fucking blows forever. And yeah, dude, I believe this thing is just to try and keep him away as much as possible from the NFL.
Well, do you think that it's really difficult for Tony? I mean, let's give him credit. It must be very hard for him to not draft a Japanese girl like that.
Yeah, dude.
He must wait, I gotta pick a guy who's big.
She's really quick. She runs the ropes very quickly, the fastest I've ever seen on the indies.
I need a little girl in pajamas to make the team.
Or Kenny Omega. Hey kids.
Kenny Omega. Well, no, that could be Trevor Lawrence's thing. He's like, listen, I'm never gonna have a winning season, but hey kids, look at my long blonde hair.
Yeah.
I'm very pretty. Who wants to put it in bows?
J-Log says, don't forget the 2023 collapse. The Jags had 8-3 before facing Cincy and were one of the top teams in the FC, only to crash down the stretch to miss the playoffs. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It sounds about Wardlow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. So I don't know. Here's all these posts about look at these sickos, fucking the franchise player of AEW.
Oh,
the franchise, Swerve Strickland, the franchise.
You know what? For Swerve, dude, I get it. He gets to make millions of dollars, I'm sure, and get to play like he's a big star in this company that no one gives a shit about.
Yeah.
So it works out for him in a sort of way. Back in the day, before AJ Styles went to Japan and, refined a lot of his work, and he wasn't just doing flippity do shit, he was making like $700,000 a year in TNA when they weren't drawing flies. And I remember at the time, I fucking pissed AJ Styles off online because there was some sort of contract dispute he was having with TNA at the time.
Yeah,
and I posted
him 60% less money.
Yeah, but I posted a thing where I was like, it really is confusing to me how AJ Styles is wrestling in a building with 600 people and he thinks he deserves a 6-figure salary.
Yeah.
And AJ didn't like that. So yeah, he's like, what the fuck? You don't understand? Blah, blah, blah.
He
I'm
responded to you.
Yeah. I'm like, no, I'm
back
like,
in
no.
the Wild West days of Twitter where
Well, you know what? Nowadays, I think AJ would understand. But
Yeah.
at the time, he's like, well, what do you mean? I'm a franchise. I'm like, yeah, dude, the chairs are empty. All of the chairs are empty. So
yeah, that's the thing, because TNA was going through it too at the time, where it's like, bro, the people, you mean, oh, you're the franchise of this studio where the people come in for free, you know, to tape TV shows in? Like, what are you talking about? So I love AJ, but yeah, him going to Japan and shit was the right move.
yeah, it's like
Ultimately,
having the most popular public library.
yeah, I
You know what I
guarantee
mean?
he
Like,
would understand now. But at the time, yeah, he's like, you're blowing up my fucking spot, Joey Numbas.
I mean, well, that was at a time where even though guys had more sense to some extent, they didn't want you outing that sense.
Yeah.
Not realizing, and it's funny now because not realizing that I think a lot of those people were fooled into thinking smart fans were actually smart, and they're fucking not.
Yeah.
So, like, he's probably like, "Oh, don't let them know the information." I'm like, "No, no, dude, they're all dipshits. They think you should make 3 times that amount of money to draw no people. So just don't worry about it. It's going to be fine." But
well, speaking of drawing no people, no, that's terrible. But Bully Ray, I love Uncle Bully, but very surprised and also rare. Bully Ray didn't want to talk about Hangman versus MJF's match at Revolution because of a tombstone pile driver. So let's hear what Bully Ray had to say. I just said, speaking of drawing no viewers, because it was him holding the TNA belt at the time. If you guys see, there's a picture of him holding the TNA belt right here. Yeah, so sorry. I was just taking a shot there. But because TNA went through it, man, let's be honest. But listen, Bully's taking a shot at fucking Hangman MJF by not being even willing to review their match because of a tombstone. So I wonder what he did with fucking Punk and Seth's match where they just spammed finishers the whole time. Let's see.
Hey, it's me, Bully Ray. Can you hear him? Because I can't hear old Bully Boy right now.
Oh, can you not hear him? I'm sorry. Here,
No.
we will do this, and then
Let's
we
see.
will do this. Do technical difficulties.
I'm
on the
sure-
air. Here
I'm
we go. Can
sure-
you guys see that? Okay,
Yes.
and then you can hear it as well. Here we go.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I'm sure he's just like, yeah, I didn't like that they did all the finishes in the match. I didn't like that they did that as a nothing spot in the opener. We're like, yeah, Bubba, anybody that has common sense know this shit blows ass. So
Yeah.
at this point, it's just like saying, like, it's like, oh, look, there's a panda bear. It's like, yeah, we all know, dude. We know what the fuck it is. You know, we all know
Mike Bailey won, by the way. Speaking of knowing what it is, he won after getting taken to the limit. So we all knew what that was going to be too. But anyways, the audio's fixed. Let's hear Bully Ray, and let's get your reaction to this here, Joey.
Just for the sake of the show and saving time, I will not be speaking about Hangman Page and MJF. I love MJF to death. I'm a big Max fan, both personally and professionally. But I, much like a couple of months ago, I refuse to review a match and either give it props or bury a match in which a tombstone pile driver on the top of a chair is used in a match only for the guy who took the move to get back in the ring and then win the match.
Yeah, I'm kind of with him on that. I mean, but Bubba, he's the fucking flaming table. Like, yeah, exactly. Didn't you just wrestle PCO in like a fucking
But here's
loser leaves town match or whatever, dude?
Well, this is where it's unfortunate.
Loser remains unretired match. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, like this is what's unfortunate in these situations is that we all know that it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
We all know that. But there's going to always now be people that they think that this is the line that AEW has drawn in the sand and they can't reel it back. They think it's impossible for them to bring it back, which is why in the opener we're doing tombstone pile drivers on chairs and then the person fucking wins, like, or loses. Like, that's why that is happening, because they really believe that they can't change that.
Right.
Now, with that said, still like Bubba Ray Dudley, he's forced to watch this show in a lot of respects, just like anybody that does a wrestling show has to mildly pay attention to AEW, and it's
Guilty.
unfortunate. Yeah,
Guilty.
it's basically a punishment to some extent.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like you're watching something that you know doesn't make sense and is stupid, and when you try to apply sense and logic to it, all you do is frustrate yourself. That's all you're doing. Like you're all like, for him to be like, and I love Max, but the pile driver onto the chair. It's like, Bubba, 4 matches later, like I said, 2 girls are punching each other in the tits with broken glass. It's a stupid show for stupid people. Like, this is a dumb show. So if you're, I can't believe it. If anything, he should probably say in that situation, I don't, and you know, it's like another guy from the East Coast. We talk like assholes. But like, if he'd have just kind of said, listen, I love Max, but he should know better than doing stupid shit like that. That's fine. Just, none of this shit makes sense. It's stupid. But also, like I was saying earlier about the whole thing with Hangman Page, and I'm surprised I don't think I've heard anybody else mention this about Hangman Page's finish. Do you want to talk about a dumber finish than I'm trying to pin a guy? I want to beat him in the middle of the ring. He's in turmoil. So what I'm going to do real quick is hop out of the ring.
Yeah, I'm going to climb out of the ring, do a flip, and then a clothesline. I know, but some people would say, "Oh, come on now, Joey, that's not very fair. It's like hitting the top rope,
it's
and
like
then hitting a frog splash."
Right. That's
you get
why
more velocity on the lariat when you do a front flip first.
Oh,
Eric?
come on now. It's the same exact thing. It's the same thing. It's like somebody playing, and this is a good one for a Canadian. I think I used this with Mish the other day. It's like quite literally somebody going, hey, there's an open net. They pulled the goalie and they're like, yeah, but I want to do it like fancy. You know? Like I want to hit I want to hit the puck I want to hit the puck in the air and spat it like a fucking baseball. It's like, no, just push it into the fucking goal, stupid. Like why are you doing that? And that's how I feel every time I see that move. I go, you know what? If this is kind of like we pull this out occasionally every now and then, blah, 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 blah. But when it's like, I'm going to pile drive you and then leap out of the ring. Like, oh, see you later. Oh, I got another thing to do. It's asinine. It's completely fucking asinine. But no, that's what it is. Bubba knows that he's watching a fucking goofy show. So it sounds goofy when he points out the goofy thing is goofy. You ordered the goofy sandwich, you know, like eat your goofy. Eat the goofy bread, eat the goofy meat, eat the goofy vegetables. You ordered the goofy sandwich. So don't be surprised.
Yeah. And speaking of a goofy sandwich, I mean, but to bring it back to Dynamite here, I mean, then we had Christian Cage barking at Nick Wayne, and then Nick Wayne's mom like stepping in and being like, hey, don't talk to him that way. Sandwiched in with fucking MJF. They cut to him backstage at Revolution after he lost his match, and then he's raging and punches a glass mirror and is like, oh, then rages and scares the women reporter trying to interview him. And I'm like, whoa, are we getting fucking art imitating life here now, folks, or what?
Wait, who was that? Christian did that?
No, Christian barked at Nick Wayne, and then that was sandwiched with MJF. All of a sudden, it cuts to back at Revolution. Here's what happened, and it showed like a camera spying on MJF in his locker room, and he's like, "You suck" in the mirror. He's like, "You fucking suck, man." Whatever. Then he rages and punches the mirror, and then he runs. He runs to the fucking at the lady trying to interview him and like scares her away. And I'm like, is this art imitating fucking reality here now all of a sudden?
Yeah, I'm not big on MJF, the conflicted, deeply sad guy.
He's cutting a promo right now, and he has copious amounts of fucking fake spray tan on Spake Spray tan.
Is that a new luchador on the show too?
Yeah, he's a South African luchador.
I'm gonna have my own Obafemi. His name is
Spake Freyton. Yeah.
All rise for Spake Freyton.
Yeah.
No, shit. But dude, that's MJF's whole act thing, his sliding between where he's just like, I'm the most arrogant guy in the world, but I'm also hinting that I was like having sex with a corpse. Like that's
Yeah.
like I don't know what the fuck that you do with him at this point. I get it where it's like, oh, he's a great promo when he has these great matches. I'm like, he needs production, he needs growth. It's like I said, he's somewhere between he wants to self-delete and being the most arrogant guy in the world. Those are the two paces he has, and they got to figure something more.
Well, right now, all he's doing is the same shit. He's like, Hangman, we ain't over, boy. I'm always 10 steps ahead, and these stupid fans don't know shit. And it's like, okay.
This town is poopy.
And then now the other heels, right, who are like presumably heels, Hurt Syndicate, are interrupting him. So, okay, the tag champs who have been being heels are going to confront the heel. And everyone's like a heel in AEW too, or a tweener. It's so fucking stupid.
There's
no idea.
There's an idea of a heel and a face.
Well, speaking of fucking stupid, yeah, that was Bully Ray's take. Speaking of stupid, a guy who should be booked more is Roosh, and he's like, I'm still waiting. They have repackaged. What's that?
Keep waiting, buddy.
Yeah, exactly, man. They keep repackaging him. They put his face on the side of a truck. They book him once every 6 months to like keep him happy. They're like, oh yeah, we'll give you a push and everything. They don't. I don't know what's going on, but I've been saying push Roosh for years, but now he's not even on TV. So you're still waiting. He's angry. Hopefully they fire him so he can go be in a tag team with Andrade or some shit. That would actually be fun on SmackDown, you know? So something. I don't fucking know, man. It's crazy why Tony holds on to all these guys who are like just frustrated. And all Roosh is going to do is go out there and shoot on Jack Perry again. So it's going to be a problem.
If you want to talk about a moment where at the time, there were a lot of people who was like, why did he beat the shit out of that kid?
Dude, I loved it. One
and
of
now
the
we're
greatest
all
moments
like,
in AEW, dude.
Yeah. Now we look at it and we go, he was right.
Yeah, he was.
He was right. Yeah.
He was, dude. But yeah, shout out Roosh, man. I wish him nothing but the best. Okay, so MVP and MJF just hug each other. So this means heels aren't healing on each other. So Dave Meltzer is going to be able to go, there you go, Phil Marks. You don't study the business. Look, Brian. But I don't know what's going on, but they hugged each other, and we'll see what's going to happen. I guess all that spray tan, MJF's dark enough to his complexion's dark enough now where they're like, you're in with us. I don't fucking know. I'm trying to make light of this dumbass. Keep these guys away from each other, man. You don't want them unless there's a clear baby face or it's for the world title. You don't want fucking MVP to get any of this, like, I bet you have a small dick, right, guys? You dumb fucking fans, MJF, you know? Like, you don't want him getting in the mix of this right now, man. This is stupid.
Dude, we're missing a promo where MJF goes, oh, I'm invited to the barbecue, pal. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, I thought we were friends, guy. TNT will air Collision in 2 parts on back-to-back nights following NCAA basketball on March 22nd and March 23. So just an hour each night. Instead, I don't know. It's a 2-parter, I guess. So it's the fucking Titanic. I think so was the Titanic when you got it on VHS back in the day. You needed 2 fucking tapes. I guess we could draw similarities there. They're in Omaha, Nebraska, where, believe it or not, the fucking AEW title was in Omaha. Look, right here, dude. It's in the fucking trash in Omaha, dude. Someone rescue the belt. Look, we found it. And Collision's gonna be there with a 2-parter. So maybe part 1, they track the Asian lady down. And then maybe part 2 is like ends like Squid Game season 2, where they're in a gunfight, you know, at whatever school this is, or you know what I mean?
I love the idea of them breaking the show up like a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, will Kenny Omega kick out again? Tune in tomorrow. Like, I like that.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Woof.
Will this lady relinquish the title? Can Moxley tap out this lady who trained Aikido in her teens and traveled to America?
I love
it. Challenge Moxley for the title. Grudge match of the century. Omaha, be there.
Moxie's like, fucking Lucy Lynn took my fucking belt. It's just some nice. It's like some nice Asian grandma.
Hand it over, Gi-hun. It's Squid Game over. He's like doing cheesy cop. Oh, hold on. What did they say in Lethal Weapon? I watched that movie recently. Yeah, that'll be cool to say.
Could you imagine if he has a fight with this little Asian lady and then he just cuts his own head and she doesn't even touch him?
Yeah, he's bleeding.
She just looks at him, she goes,
they dip their hands in glass. And
she just touches his shoulder. Honey, why are you bleeding? Honey, why are you bleeding? And he's just like, you wouldn't fucking get it. I'm an outlaw.
Yeah. Holy shit. It's like a kung fu movie. Moxley booked this whole thing. She's like the Mr. Miyagi. She's like teaching him, first you must learn, you must learn patience, John, before you receive title.
He goes, she's just going wax on, wax off, and it's just him running a razor across his fucking head in a circle.
Yeah. Him carving his forehead up in a fucking wax on, wax off. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Shout out Omaha. You guys are going to have a good time.
Yeah.
And our last bit of AEW news, NXT viewership. Sorry, this is WWE news, so I don't know why it's in here. That, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Round of applause for AEW news.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was incredibly funny. So we got some WWE news as well. So, and we have a Dave Meltzer on the fly. I love shout out Meltzer said what, by the way, one of the GOATs, one of the best accounts ever to follow, in my humble opinion. But before we get to that, did you watch NXT Roadblock by any chance?
So I saw the main event back today. I didn't see the other matches. I saw the Julia and Vicor match, which clearly Julia's, she's got something ailing her, which also goes back to this too. Whenever people give you a hard time about not loving the matches where the 120-pound girls beat each other to death, this is why. Oh, well, she's got all these injuries that are ailing her. It's like, oh, is it because a bunch of tiny girls in cosplay were throwing her on her head for 5 years? And now she actually has the opportunity to like make money and be a star, and she's all achy ouchy because she got the shit kicked out of her by a bunch of people that will never do anything. So, yeah,
no,
like,
why don't you lay the knees in?
Right.
Lay the knees in, man.
God. Well, no, but I saw the main event match, and obviously you see these two women working. And going back to Carmella, I think that people should just send that match to Carmella and just go, in case you're wondering why you don't have a job. Just like, and that's not even mean. Like, it's just the truth. Like, it's just like, they didn't want me because I'm a 40-year-old mom with a face that looks like a sleep paralysis monster. No, she does. Do you know when people draw those pictures of like the sleep paralysis monsters, or oh no, you know what? You'd be the perfect guy to ask this. What are the Lord creatures in like Native American culture where like they're out in the woods? Like, is it like a Wendigo or something like that?
Yeah, Wendigo, bro.
Yeah, she's like a fucking Wendigo.
Oh my God, dude.
Wendigo is money. Like that's. And they're like, why?
No,
well,
that's terrible.
Wendigo.
That's utterly terrible.
Can somebody real quick? Oh wait, no, this isn't Discord. I was going to say a Wendigo with a backwards hat, maybe. That graphic.
No,
that real quick. Like a moonwalking Wendigo.
Jesus Christ!
I will curse these lands with an Italian accent.
So. Speaking of when to go, they knew when to go with, I don't know, Stephanie Vacker and the double title here, because I don't think either of these ladies are going to be in NXT for too terribly long. I think Julia Gulia, you just bring her back and send her to the main roster whenever she's healed up. Vacker, I think you keep her there for a while, but they have to make history with one of these girls, because I don't think either of them will be like the longest reigning anything. So quickly, they ushered in the North American women's title title, and then along with it, this double champ title reign for Steph. There's a lot of women in that NXT division, so I thought obviously adding the second title would sort of break them up. But now they're all just chasing the same person, and that's totally fine, because now Stephanie can go up to the main roster sooner than later, because let's be honest, she's better than some of the ladies on the main roster right now. She can go up there and quickly and just they can be like, well, she made history here as the first double champ, and then Julia can just go up there too. I really don't even think they need to be in NXT. There's way too many women that are very skilled on that fucking show. And so that match I thought was fantastic. Roadblock was better than Revolution in my opinion. I thought Booker T was amazing on commentary. I know a lot of people roast that throughout the night. Graves and Joseph are good as well. The Hardys, they got huge pops. Also, Tony Khan could just be running theaters like this, and his shows would look packed like this, and they'd sound great and be awesome. But instead, he's like, no, 3,000 in a 23,000 seater, or else no show. So
which that's it too. Like you have to accept the fact, like if the Hardy Boys are wrestling in a building like this, I think that you can let Beast Mortos, I think the Beast Mortos can lower himself. Yeah,
his name's
I think
Frank, Brian.
He's actually a lawyer.
His name's Frank.
He's a pretty good-looking guy too. Thanks, Meltzer. Nice orange hair.
Yeah, dude. The Hardys, though, TNA Tag Champs, brother, they fucking defended them against Fraxium here and beat them, pinned them. So pretty crazy. I thought for sure Fraxium was going to win. And the match was pretty solid. It was fun, man. It was, I don't know, the Hardys, when they work WWE style, they're able to preserve like their moves and shit, so it worked. Jordan Grace fought Roxanne Perez. Perez didn't even get a proper entrance, and then she lost. I'm hoping she just stays on Raw. Like, she doesn't need to be NXT anymore. It's pointless. Juggernaut went over. What do you make of Jordan Grace?
I am beside myself with the fact that I did not think for years. I mean, dude, for years, Jordan Grace was maybe one of the most obnoxious people on the internet.
Is that true?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And we have to remember at the time, like, Jordan Grace is a grown-ass woman at this point. This was 10-something years ago, where she was, this young wrestler who got all this attention, and she didn't really know how to handle it. So it was kind of unfair for Jordan Grace to catch some of the shit she did. But then again, she was also posting videos of herself pissing her pants while deadlifting, and then more than likely using that as a means to sell the clothing for money. But that's neither here nor there. But at this point, I'm just filling in the blanks.
Shooting from the hip, brother.
Yeah, well,
Filling me in, bro. I didn't know.
I could just lie and say good match. I didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, Jordan Grace has been really good since she's shown up on WWE TV. She was great in the Rumble the year previous. She did a great job in this one, and she looks more ready for TV than a lot of the girls they brought up there. I mean, if you had to ask me, are you taking Jordan Grace or Ivy Nile? I'd say, who the fuck's Ivy Nile? We're done with that shit. Like, see you later. There's the door. We're in denial about keeping her on TV. No, I mean, Jordan Grace is doing great work, man. And she's earned it. I mean, there's really kind of no arguing in this situation. She's wrestled on all the small shows. She's been around forever. And she's somebody that when you see her in the ring with these girls, you see her in a ring with somebody like Bayley, you go, that makes sense.
Yep,
you see her
absolutely.
you see her in there with the main roster girls, and you're not sitting there going, oh boy, ouch, that looks bad. No, she's ready to roll too.
Speaking of ouch, that looks bad. Caster comes out, tries to start a chant, and then he's a heel. And then who comes out? The heel Takeshita, who just healed on Kenny Omega and is in a heel faction, who wears a devil mask or whatever, comes out and starts and then gets a baby face pop and is gonna beat the shit out of the heel. I don't understand this company. This is fucking. I just don't understand why I do this to my fucking self. I don't know. Anyways, so this match was really good. Jordan botched at one point where she slipped on the middle rope, and then her leg got caught up or on the top rope or whatever, and then Roxanne just started working her fucking legs over the whole time. So I don't know if they called that on the fly or what.
It's almost like wrestling.
Yeah,
That's weird.
and it was a solid match for sure. But Obafemi took on Moose, and before this, Undertaker walks up to, or like Moose is walking through the locker room, and then Undertaker's standing there, and he's like, "Look, I don't got to tell you like what this means, but hey, go out there and protect your yard, this TNA motherfucker's coming over here, like do what you got to do kind of thing." So Obafemi, he gets a big reaction, Moose, and then for Moose, sorry, he comes out and they're all going Moose, and then for Femi, he comes out and they're all going who. So it was really cool. The crowd was into it. Moose worked his ass off. He looks like he belongs in WWE. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. He's the X Division champ. So far, the NXT champ took out the X Division champ. I think, man, there's going to be someone who holds the TNA title and the NXT title at the same time, or like the TNA and NXT tag champs at the same time. Someone's going to do that. Who is it? I don't know, but don't be shocked if they have Oba go over, like they just had him go over on the X Division champ. I know Joe Hendry's the TNA world champ, but like don't be shocked if they also book their NXT champion to go over whoever TNA's world champ is down the line here at some point. Not saying it'll be Hendry, but I could see Hendry reigning with it though till he comes to WWE as well. But this match was like, again, solid. The crowd was into it. Moose worked his ass off, and Oba's that dude. Moose just worked his ass off to make Oba look really good. So
well, that's a good piece of business. I mean, there's kind of no way around it. I mean, without even seeing it, you can just see it on paper and know it's good. And now also the Undertaker can say that he has more than one black friend, so that helps him too. When he's like, I swear.
Who's his other one? Well, hold on. Who's his other one, Joey?
The Godfather.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna. I'm dating you, brother.
Imagine if he's sitting there and he was like, well, now I have two black friends. And they're like, well, who's the other guy? Like Obafemi. You're like, you think Obafemi's your friend? He's like, yeah, we had that conversation. I gave him some advice. You know what I mean? Like, we're bros now. We're cool. You're like, no, they remember, Mark. They remember.
So Ethan Page took on Javon Evans in a New York City street fight. And this was this is just chaotic, hardcore stuff. You do one of these at every big event now. That seems to be sort of standard, very Attitude Era-ish, how WWE incorporates a lot of this stuff. And yeah, Ethan Page also had like a stare down with Ricky Saints. So Ricky Saints going to take on Ridge Holland next week, get a big win over like a big gatekeeper heel right off the rip. And it's my belief here, and I called this like fucking 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago. I said it just jokingly. I was like, could you imagine like Ethan Page versus Ricky Starks main event NXT against fucking, I didn't say 2 years ago, but it was like a year ago or something. But I was like, they're going to main event NXT with Ricky Starks, and they're going to beat fucking Dynamite. And I believe, I don't know if someone can check, chat can look this up, but when's the next time Dynamite and NXT go head to head again? We're going to get Page versus Starks as the main event of that show, and it's going to outdraw Dynamite. And I'm saying this because I've really noticed something. Triple H, he's not so petty with the AEW shit. Shawn Michaels is tremendously, bro. He gets a real kick out of fucking booking these former AEW dudes and showing them how to properly book them. And he gets a kick out of pushing women when everyone's like, women aren't, and he'll let them go out there and do a crazy fucking, like he's training Logan Paul to do Hangman Adam Page's moves, like apparently Logan Paul's training with Shawn Michaels closely. Who's in his ear being like, do fucking this Hangman Geeks moves? I know it's Shawn Michaels. Like he's still got that petty bitch in him from back in the day. That doesn't fully go away. So
you'll also notice this, and Meltzer does this because this is how smarks treat wrestlers according to how they like what they do. He calls Triple H Paul Levesque.
Paul and Dwayne. I knew Dewey when he was 8.
But he doesn't respect him as a wrestler.
Doesn't respect either of them.
Yeah, but what does he call Shawn Michaels?
HBK?
Shawn Michaels. Yeah.
He
doesn't call him Michael Hickenbottom because he likes his work.
Exactly.
And that's how this
pointed that out. That's a brilliant observation.
Yeah. And that's how that's the way that the smart audience uses their language. They see it as like you're running them down by calling them by their shoot name, brother. And HBK doing all of these things, or Mr. Hickenbottom, as we could call him, Him choosing to do all this shit to fuck with them is more of a personal dig because they respect his work rate.
Yes. You're right.
Mhm.
Like the Bucks mimic their whole shit out off HBK pretty much, and the Hardys. He's like they're a combination of the Rockers and the Hardys. Exactly, because HBK was like the greatest worker. And he's like, well, we told stories in there. So I totally agree with you. That's a great observation. Or I guess we had two different observations that sort of meet in the middle there because it just really lends. I'm gonna fucking point that out next time I'm ranting about this, because that makes so much sense as well. With Triple H, he's a guy as well that they're like, oh, he just politicked himself. So when it comes from HBK, it hurts so much more. And I think that's why he teamed up with TNA too, because he's like, well, I'll show you how to do the partnership properly, you fucking idiot. Because remember, Tony Khan talks shit about WWE and NXT. And think about it, he talked shit about John Cena and Undertaker being on NXT that one time. And so Undertaker's there with Obafemi, like, defend your yard. And he's working with the young guys. And it's like, you're fucked, man. Like, now these guys, all these legends are like coming for you now. And you're an idiot. You did nothing to gain their respect either before you talk shit. Like, at least Eric Bischoff put Vince almost out of business and on his back foot. Like,
Yeah.
Tony's never even done that for 1 second.
He basically called out the most brilliantly petty people in professional wrestling.
Right.
And he's afraid of his own shadow.
Yeah, dude.
And he's confused by these consequences. Like, it's like, you can decide, you can say all you want that you didn't like Kevin Nash, but you can't deny the fact that Kevin Nash was clearly a very smart, petty motherfucker and knew how to do his shit. By the way, if you want to know a funny little Kevin Nash connection here, do you remember the story about from Benoit, where Benoit, he went up to him and he looked at me, he's like, oh, that's a nice headbutt you got going there, or whatever it was. He's like, can't wait to kick out of it.
Yeah.
Just to be an asshole to him. Well, in hindsight, Benoit was a mark that took wrestling too fucking seriously. And how did that work out for him?
Yeah, no, you're kind of right about that.
Yeah.
You are. I'm getting a phone call over here. Sorry, one second.
Well, that's all right. I mean, dude, I'm a senior citizen, so we can
Okay,
start.
well-
We can start wrapping up shortly. I mean, we've been.
No. I'm not even trying to wrap up on you. I'm just getting a million calls. Just
that
1 second
Javon?
here. I'm just texting saying, I can't.
Yeah.
This happens every live show. This isn't anything new where I'm always like,
Javon Evans is sending you a message right now.
yeah,
saying,
exactly. He's like, shut the fuck up. Quit talking shit about me.
You better not shit on my match, dude. I'd be like, man, you didn't coordinate. You didn't color coordinate your outfit. What's this? Your red, green, your white. What's this? What is this you're wearing here? Sneakers? What was the choice?
But yeah, so Javon and no, sorry, I was just getting a call, just texting them, being like, yo, when I'm done here, sorry. Or I was like, just text me, don't call me. But anyways, though, so Ethan Page, though, this is a solid match. Yeah, there was some hardcore shit that went down, and Javon is like 2-1 against Page now. So 50-50-esque booking, but here we got a couple. BX Bane says, I was at NXT. It was great. It was amazing. It blew my mind. It was one of the greatest things of all time. But Pleiadian Pixlart says WWE should do what AEW never did. Let someone from another promo win their belt for a bit. But who does that? That's the thing.
Is Crazy Steve still available? Can we get Crazy Steve?
Yeah, dude. Well, he's doing dates with AEW. No, he's I don't know who you do that with, man. Like, who's the guy to beat even Obafemi? Maybe you just wait until Hendry's free and then you just let him come to WWE and win the NXT title. I don't fucking know, though. I don't want to get that far ahead. I know that they have a good plan, but I was thinking, though, that Fraxium on this historic title reign would win the fucking NXT or the TNA tag titles, then go back and forth to both shows, because they've already been going back and forth to both shows here and there. So I'm like, well, why don't they just do both?
Yeah. Why not at that point?
Yeah. So I don't know. But anyways, let me continue here because we have some super chats in here. Rabid Wolverine says, earlier today I watched a compilation of AEW wrestlers take shots at WWE. I said to myself, well, that didn't age well. Yeah, of course not. None of them. And now all these fans too are taking shots at like Pentas and shit, and this person isn't shit, and da 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 da, and it's just utterly ludicrous, ultimately overall.
Well, you have to think to yourself at the time, they were all getting built up. They were all getting their asses kissed, and they really believed their hype because
Yeah.
nobody told them in wrestling you can be cool and hip and important for like 30 seconds.
Yes. So moving along here, let me just see. I forget what other matches. Oh yeah. So then just the main event. I was trying to think if there was any other like packages or anything like that. But yeah, so that was my review of NXT Roadblock because we already talked about this match basically at the beginning. It was a good title for title match. So round of applause for
Round of for Vakor, yes, very much
for
so.
Vakor, exactly. So Joey, though I've kept you for so long, I'm gonna jump into some
Yeah.
other news, but I know you got places to be, people to see. You're on a way later time slot than me, so I can let you get out of here, my brother. But tell the good folks where they can find you, where they can listen to Wrestling Soup and all of that good shit, my guy. And thank you so much for coming on, by the way, too.
Yeah, of course. So me and Kenny Omega are gonna go on a tour together. We're gonna sing our greatest hits, karaoke from the 90s. No, literally just go and follow Wrestling Soup on YouTube, any platform for podcasts. We're on all of them. We've been around for a long time. Join our Discord, pop in there. We're always having fun. We're always talking shit in there. And yeah, honestly, I'm glad that everybody, if they got to tune in, they might have heard something a little bit weirder, a little bit more different than what you're used to. And if you liked it, go and sub. And I don't know, you've had Mish on here before too, right? I know you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I have. So yeah, go give them a follow and check them out on YouTube. And yeah, we have a lot of crossover, but I get all the time like, yo, I love Wrestling Soup. I heard them for the first time on your show. Like in our Discord, people be like, oh, I heard them the first time on your show, and da. Or I see that vice versa. Like, oh, I heard Phil on this, and I discovered you from Soup or whatever. So I don't know. I just appreciate you guys so much behind the scenes, on the scene, and the place to be. Thank you so much for coming in, giving me so much to laugh at. You're one of the goats, and in this space, and I appreciate you coming in and reacting to AEW news with me. So round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Joey Numbas and my guy.
Be good. Treat Phil
Let's do
well.
this.
Be
Let's do
assholes
this
to each other,
again.
though.
Yes, and let's do this again soon, my friend. Okay.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Take it easy, my guy. Okay, there goes Joey Numbas. Man, what a fucking mega star that dude is. That is amazing, amazing stuff, guys. We have some WWE news to get to. I'm going to check in with chat here as well. Sorry, yeah, we went a little out of order today, but hey, that's how it's got to be sometimes, just because. So, and I knew it was going to be a great show with Joey in here. So I'm going to check in with you guys to talk about some WWE news. We're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer, of course. Don't go anywhere. I hope you guys didn't hear my phone ringing off the hook as well, because I didn't realize. I was like, oh shit, it's right here. And it rings on my fucking computer too. I'm like, oh no. But anyways, though, you guys are saying you saw a nip. Don't be thirsting in there. No, just kidding. It is a thirst cast. But yeah, that match went entirely too long. This Dynamite's been pretty fucking droll. We got some AEW headlines to get into. We did. You guys did hear it? Okay. X-Files me. So Wolverine DX. Okay, let's go. Let's X-Files it up. Ethan Page is the third man. Remember that Rock segment? See you on the main roster. Maybe there's more than meets the eye. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm stealing that because I love that. We're going to put that. Because think about it too. CM Punk can team up with Cody Rhodes, and Page has beef with Punk from before too, where he GTS'd him and we were fantasy mark booking how he'd cost him and all that shit, And so you have fucking Ethan Page come up and he's like, and he's the third man with them, and he can wrestle on behalf of Cena and do jobs. Like, it doesn't hurt him because he's just elevated to that status. right? And then you give him some wins over some top guys like Jimmy Uso and like fucking Theory, not top guys, but like main roster guys in comparison to where he's at. You know, you can give him some big wins. Rey Mysterio, dude, you just fucking nailed it. Wolverine DX, one of the
allegedly
best. Dude, come on now, man. That's fucking amazing. Thank you for that. That is so good. So Statlander teams up with Willow again, even though Willow and her were beefing, and then Statlander F5's, and then Megan Bain runs out an F5 Statlander. This is the biggest pile of trash women's division ever. Yes, and so while we're plugging, guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, ProWrestleTimes YouTube, or the ProWrestleTimes YouTube channel is like my secondary channel. It's the RSS feed channel, the long form channel. That's at like 1,800 subs. But the main channel, we just flew past 6,100 subs. Like I feel like we just hit 6K. We're at 6,100. And yeah, I just appreciate that very much. And also, guys, over here, while I have your attention, quick plugs. I mean, I'm not selling you shit other than consider checking out Phil Marks Out, my new channel. If you guys are into like superhero shit, pop culture shit, YouTube drama, you like my sense of humor, over here on Phil Marks Out, I just dropped this channel. But let's head back into Phil Marks bookmarks for some WWE news, okay? So again, I'm checking in with chat. And actually, I'm going to play the breaking news right here, first and foremost, and we're going to get looking at the time. So here's Seth Rollins on Cody Rhodes and Travis Scott. Here's what he had to say on the, let me read what this pod's called, Helix Wireless, which sounds like a fucking cell phone carrier or something.
Dude, what would happen if Travis Scott did what he did to Cody Rhodes to you? Where he's got the black eye, I guess was supposed to be.
That was ridiculous.
You take him out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have mercy on Travis Scott. That is not a man that needs to be in a wrestling ring with these giant humans. No offense to him, but I mean, he's just. He's a cruiserweight brother, you know what I mean? He can wrestle Rey Mysterio maybe, but like he doesn't know what he's doing in there. He just whacked him in the side of the head, gave him a big old bruise, so like busted him open. Just awful. But like if Cody gets his hands on him, I mean it's done and dusted. And Cody's not like Braun Strowman. He's not Andre the Giant. Like he's not a massive guy, but he dwarfs Travis Scott. So I mean, if he can get through like Travis's team of people, it's game over for him. You think he actually wants to? I know Cody, go ahead. Go ahead. Cody's a very nice guy. I won't speak on his behalf, but he's got an undercurrent of frustration in there, especially when he gets taken advantage of in a situation like that. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Very interesting.
So I guess poll in the chat, would you guys shoot on Travis Scott or not? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, guys, Cody Rhodes is going to get his receipt. It's going to be fucking legendary. Don't worry about that. Moving along. So here was the MSG card. It was fucking phenomenal. Let's see here. Raj Giri says the WWE Raw and Netflix numbers were way up. Oh, sorry. And in AEW news, it also said that, but I fucking put it in the wrong folder. NXT's ratings were up as well. They did great ratings or whatever, but they were way up from the prior week's number. So they averaged 3.1 million, up 19%. And then, yeah, it was number 4 on the US chart, number 1. I mean, fucking NXT and SmackDown are number 1 in Canada and shit all the time. Here is Shawn Michaels receiving a gift from MSG selling out. So this is a gift he got for selling out the Garden himself and being petty as fuck towards AEW, as we covered earlier.
Thank you so much. No, I got to tell you, I've been in this building numerous times performing, and it's obviously, well, but I mean, look, for those of us that wanted to do this from the time we were kids, to have an opportunity to be in this place was just the greatest thing in the world.
Commemorative ticket from the sold out Roadblock event.
That is staggering. Oh my goodness.
Enjoy and show them how it displays.
That is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much.
The Raw comes in. You can turn that sumbitch sideways and shove it straight up your candy ass. No, I'm joking. Moving on here. So apparently Nick Khan is a big fan of New Jack, which is why he's included in the WWE 2K25 DLC. New Jack was a shock to all of us on the visual concepts and marketing side. New Jack was someone who I never expected would make it in our franchise. It's funny because it was actually Nick Khan who recommended or suggested that we add New Jack as DLC. When I heard that information from my marketing rep, I was like, really? They were like, oh yeah, he's a big fan. I believe he's working on the paperwork to make this thing a reality. That was a huge surprise. Talk about a curveball. That thing came out of left field. So yeah, I mean, it's cool, dude. We were making jokes the other day, like, what is the mass transit match? Like, what's going to happen? So here is Natalia, who was on Ariel Helwani show talking about John Cena's final run. And here, I don't know if we're going to listen to this whole clip, but she says that the exciting thing about WWE is you just want to see what's going to happen next. That's why our company's on fire. Literally, we're doing so well because it's like reading a great book. So there you go. I mean, we don't need to go through the whole clip. I have other natty clips. Don't worry, that I will play, but this one's 3 minutes long. But that's essentially what you take away. Even Natty gets it. The boat. She's about to wrestle in the Crockett Cup. She's about to do blood sport. She's like, I'm going to put myself to the test. The grind, bruv. As Bruv's in here fucking, I don't know, trying to be funny, trying to do his comedy shtick. But here we go. Giga Chad Van Vliet with Big Papa Pump. And here's Scott Steiner, who utterly fucking obliterates Hulk Hogan into obliviacry.
Master need to obliviacry.
When another wrestler decides he's going to decide who wins is bullshit.
Why do you think he did that?
He's a motherfucker. There's no other way you can say it. You know, he's a piece of shit. Like we did a nitro in Buffalo, and I knew who I had to wrestle per se, but 10 minutes before the shows go on air, 10 to 8, I didn't know if it was going to happen or not. We had to wait till Hogan got to the building and say, clear it. Yeah, you could do what they have written down. So it was like, you know, just shit like that.
So you're still not good with Hogan to this day.
I mean, what am I going to do now? You know, it's like, but you know, I don't forget. You know, I mean, there's a reason why he got booed in California. You know,
California.
I mean, all this stuff that came out with him, you know, racist comments. Now, you would never found that out if it wasn't recorded behind, you know, closed doors. So I think a lot of people realize, you know, the perception that WWE or WCW wanted of Hulk Hogan was not really him.
Didn't the Steiners hold a guy down and shove a marker up his ass? Isn't that a story from back? And I'm not kidding. You know, I don't know if Scott's the fucking arbiter of morality here. And, you know, anyways.
You know, the racist comment and, you know, Hogan and Savage, when I was good friends of Savage. So I knew all the stories and he used to tell me all this stuff. And it was just, you know, and then of course the one time, you know, he tried to put me in jail, you know.
Wait, what?
So, you know, I was facing serious time. I could have been, you know, in jail for, you know, 15 years.
Shit, what did he try to put him in jail for, bruv? Crazy.
When
So here is the insane atmosphere. So just take a look at this shit. Well, it just says insane atmosphere. This is from Brian Gewirtz. This totally beats Sunday Night Heat at the long defunct Times Square restaurant. But just look at this shit. This is at NXT. That's fucking awesome, man. AEW should do that. I know. Oh, they did it one time. Yeah, after 4 or 5 years of not figuring out how to be different here. So Triple H confirms Paul Heyman is helping to coach Braun Breaker. Breaker is a young guy, incredibly athletic, great character. He's a sponge. I have Heyman spend a lot of time with him to help develop him with his promos, to help develop his character, to help push him in a direction. Then Paul talks to me and talks to the writers about where do we want to take that. And then he's the conduit for where we want to go to that talent. Moving along. And so we have Jay White calling out Ospreay when they're both supposed to be baby faces. Tony Khan fucking stinks, bro. This guy fucking sucks at booking, man. Holy shit. The NXT fans at MSG are chanting, "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks." So it's just hot as shit. This is exactly why you bring him out doing the same old shit. So everyone can go, John Cena sucks and let's go Cena, Cena sucks and same old shit. I swear to you, dude, you just have him shilling the company.
Let's go Cena, Cena sucks! Let's go Cena, Cena sucks!
So this had an NXT show. Like, let's go Cena. So here's Andrew Schultz, who's a fucking, I don't know, dude. He's pretty cringe on his pod. We were talking about, that's my opinion, but damn, this is a great moment. He crushed it. I didn't watch this, but let's take a listen.
I am here with Andrew Schultz, who
he crushed it, by the way. Like, he really took it seriously and crushed his moment. And I give him big props for that. So shout out Schultz. I will not watch his stand-up special, though, unless people paid me.
just told Logan Paul off in front of a sold-out Madison Square Garden. Tell me, how does that feel?
Kathy, I gotta say I disagree with you. I don't think I told him off. I think I was being honest with somebody that I used to consider a friend. Like, we've done each other's podcasts, like we've known each other for years. I congratulate him on being a father. And then he asked me a question and he wants me to lie in front of my people in New York City. It's like, I can't, like, what kind of douchebag makes you lie in front of your people? Yeah. So I need to tell them the truth. We're not here to see, Logan parade around as this like part-time wrestler / Pokemon card collector, whatever the hell.
See, he's getting it over too. Like, what kind of douche would do that? He's doing such a great job. I love that he's taking this seriously, earned big points with me.
Well, he does. There are people who have dedicated their lives to this. And I want to see them. That's why I showed up. It took me my entire life to perform at the Garden, right? This guy buys a Pokemon card for $4 million. He gets to show up. To me, it seems incredibly unfair. So
I love it, dude.
I can't believe he did that to me, to be honest with you. At least tell me we'll have like a fair fight, man to man. I have my wife right there. You know what I mean? Like,
I know you got involved, but are you planning to go back out there and watch the main event? You said you were.
Of course. I'm here for the main event. I can't just tap in like some of these schmucks who like show up and they do their little thing and then they leave. No. This is what I'm here to watch. So I'm going to go watch the main event.
He's like the newest wrestling fan.
But yeah, most importantly, like, yeah, Logan, I'm going to bump into Logan again. And yeah, and this time we're going to be a little bit more prepared and it's going to be a little bit less cordial. That's
Phil, from what I found, Scott Steiner pleaded guilty to aggravated assault while making terroristic threats in March 1999.
You what?
And Hogan called the Poe on him for what? What was he saying? He's going to beat him up? Like, fucking Hogan, man.
That's all I'm trying to say. Okay?
Well, while you're watching the main event, where can people watch your new Netflix special, Life?
Oh, they can watch it on Netflix, as you just said, Kathy. That was amazing what you did right there. I can't believe we're shamelessly plugging it. But yeah, you can watch my new special, Life.
Okay, we're not going to do that. But you can come back on to wrestling anytime. Jade Cargill goes, I don't give a damn. Okay, well, she starts beefing with Rikishi, with the quiche. So Rikishi said some shit, and then fucking Jade Cargill tags him as like, I don't give a damn, Rikishi. Your daughter was dead wrong, and she's going to get everything coming to her bitch ass. And then Trinity's like, I might have been dead wrong, but you were almost dead. Don't ever tweet my pops again. And then Jade was like, fuck your pops and shit. So they're really ramping up the heat. Now, it's kind of crazy because it's like, dude, you're going to open up fans to – because there's so many fucking idiots. They're going to think the kayfabe's real and all this shit, and it's just not a Steiner yelled at Hogan's wife. Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah. And then Hogan lied. Well, that's fucked. You can't yell at women, dude. That's, unless it's your wife. And you're allowed to. No. We joke here at PWT, ladies and gentlemen. AEW Collision airing 2 1-hour episodes. We covered that before. I don't know why the fuck that was. So I mixed them up. I got an NXT one in the AEW folder, and I got a AEW one in the WWE folder, but the only double champs in NXT history. So I believe this is Hayes with the North American and Cruiserweight title. I believe this is Keith Lee with the North American and NXT titles. I believe this is Braun Breaker with the NXT 2.0 and the NXT UK titles. And I believe this is Stephanie Vaquer with the women's NXT and the women's North American title. However, hello. You have Mandy Rose, who won the women's UK and the women's NXT title. And you're knocking off Paige here, who had a fucking the NXT Divas title and the Divas title, or the NXT Women's title, I believe it was called, but also, just 2 NXT titles at a time. Mandy also did that. So is what it is. Scott Steiner said this about Braun Breaker. He's like, well, they never shit away from that because they introduced us at the Hall. Oh, they never shied away from that. Sorry. They introduced us at the Hall of Fame. So for whatever reason, they use Braun Breaker, but they know he's a Steiner. So I think Brock Scott's son will probably use the Steiner name. I'm not sure if it'll be Brock, but it'll be Steiner. Yeah, they should just go. It's fucked with Braun Breaker when they main rostered him. They should have just went Braun Steiner. Because like Brock Steiner and Braun Steiner, that's like a fucking deadly tag team I want to see. So hopefully they fix that. Here is Roman Reigns making a hilarious face and doing a Percy Pringle Paul Bearer impersonation.
That was pretty good, I think. I think that I never did.
That's cringe as fuck.
Did before.
But you gotta have fun, folks. What a face he's putting on there, huh? So also in attendance at the last WWE event there in New York at MSG, Karrion Kross says also in attendance last night at WWE Raw, local hometown hero and legend, former UFC welterweight champion of the world, Matt the Terracera. Nothing like WWE Live. It's all about making new fans every day, and there's no better way than seeing it all go down in person. And so here's Matt Serra just talking about him thanking Karrion Kross and him walking around talking about his WWE time.
All right, champ, where are we going today?
I'm going to my first ever WWE event. It's Monday Night Raw, and my buddy Karrion Kross set this up. I brought my family into Manhattan, and I heard this is some kind of steel cage match or something. I'm very excited about it. Guys, you excited? Let's go.
All right, champ, where are we going today?
I'm going to my first ever.
So, yeah, there you go. Hopefully he enjoyed it, open his mind up. So breaking, this is from another source now. I don't know if WWE's announced it yet, but I think it's just 100% happening at this point. But Typhoon Fred Ottman has confirmed that he and Earthquake John Tenta Jr., collectively known as the Natural Disasters, will be inducted into the 2025 Hall of Fame. So fucking round of applause for those two legends. You know what I mean? Where's my clapperoo here? Round of applause for them. Because they fucking crushed. So Seth Rollins gives an update on Becky Lynch and pretty much stooges what's going on with her.
She took a few months off. She did some television and film projects. And so she's gearing up to get ready to come back. Don't know when that's going to happen just yet, but I mean, she is active. Yes, that I will say. She is not retired. She's not mentioned anything about retirement. There are future plans for her in professional wrestling. She took a few months off. She did some television and film projects. And so she's gearing up to get ready to come back. Don't know when that's going to happen just yet, but I mean, she is active. Yes, that I will.
Yeah, so she's staying in shape, doing movies and shit. We already know. She'll be back sooner than later. I don't want it spoiled. I just want it to happen where I'm like kind of forgetting about it, So I'm like, whatever. Becky's coming back. Cool. In addition to removing Freakin' from Seth Freakin' Rollins' name, the official WWE roster page has also removed Dirty from Dom Mysterio and Big from Bronson Reed. I like this. Roddy Piper should just be Roddy Piper. He shouldn't be Rowdy Roddy Piper in the thing. I get it. It is his nickname. Everyone has nicknames. If we're going to start doing that, then why isn't Dave Bautista the Beast, or the Animal or whatever? So, yeah, I'm okay with that. Seth freaking Rollins was kind of lame anyways, too. People started calling him Franklin and shit. So, Roadblock, we went over that. Here is Stephanie McMahon's ESPN series, Stephanie's Places. Here's the guest order. Punk, Rhodes, Ripley, Austin. What? Charlotte Flair, Roman Reigns, Pat McAfee, The Undertaker, Triple H, John Cena. So all the heavy hitters. I likely won't watch this show. Maybe I'll watch it, but I don't know. I can't promise anything, you know? Scott Steiner says that Jordan Grace using the sirens at the start of her entrance music. He says, I met her in DNA. She's come a long way. She looks good. How he came up with the sirens. Oh, that wasn't him saying that. How he came up with the sirens. It was just something I came up with. It was me and one of my wife's friends. She knew from back in Buffalo or Rochester. His name was Ben Zeppelin. He did music and so not Led Zeppelin, but Ben Zeppelin, right? He's a cover. He does covers. He did music and still does in New York. I collaborated with him and we came up with that entrance music. Okay, so that's a cool little fucking story. So Lex Luger wants to have DDP and Sting at his WWE Hall of Fame induction. So that would be amazing. They could do it. Sting, I believe, as a Legends deal, man. He always has with WWE. To where they could, if they want to, they can make merch and shit with him on it. They just don't exercise that right, you know, or whatever the fuck they have with him. But same with Billy Gunn this whole time. This isn't new. Like Billy Gunn went in the Hall of Fame. They made fun of AEW. Hasn't been around. He's in the new game because I think he's going to head over there with the Gunn Boys sooner than later. But yeah, he, I believe, has had a Legends deal this whole time with WWE. So, Lex Luger said, if I could have my two guys up there with me, man, DDP on my shoulder, kind of spotting me, and Sting on the other. God damn, that would be awesome. If it's possible, I go, man, that would be amazing. So we shall see if I have anything to say about that. But ultimately,
I don't know.
So we'll leave it up in the air, Lex. And we shall see. So this is something, someone tagged me in this or something, and they're like, what the hell I just saw? I've never heard this. People are like, you don't remember this? No, not at all. So I'm going to play this, and let's react to it together.
Wrestling has more than one black champion.
And then Cody Rhodes, did he really tweet out, when I showed this to Brandy, she loved it. I take my status as a Negro icon seriously, melanin in my soul. Is that really a thing he tweeted? We gotta break it up here for the fucking music. Here, we'll skip ahead a bit. Oh my god, dude.
And then, in his soul, Negro icon Cody Rhodes, doing it for the culture, my G. When blacks are down, Cody's there, and he knows how to prepare. But then he puts his kid in regularly. It's called around.
This is absolutely insane, whoever made this, okay? And he retweeted that or whatever. That's crazy. Travis Scott revealed to be training to wrestle with Booker T. So you couldn't have a better teacher. Reality of wrestling is taking over. For a lot of people are like, dude, I watch reality of wrestling instead of like MLW or AEW or whatever. They now have a TV show like on TV. And then we covered it on the last show. Then they have a new ROW show, like taking over their YouTube show, and then they have another new ROW show, like with all unique characters. That's called like ROW Up, and it's the NXT Level Up logo, pretty much. But Booker's allowed to use it and do his own show, and he's teaching people how to get TV ready. So, yeah, I just think that if he's gonna train with anyone, Booker's the guy. So here's Natty Neidhart talking to Ariel Helwani about the state of women's wrestling under the guidance of Triple H. So shout out the Ariel Helwani show, shout out the Boys and Back, shout out Natty Neidhart.
I look back to what Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso, they were doing, this is a long time ago, but they were doing like a press conference after a match, and I think they had a shot or something together, and they were so funny. You could tell that they were like a little drunk.
Yes.
But it was so funny. And like, I love it when you kind of pull down that fourth wall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think like,
fourth wall, it's the best.
It's just, yeah, like it's I think we're doing a lot more of that in WWE, and like it's fun because I feel like now, for the first time in my 18 years of being in WWE and having grown up in it, I always felt, and that's what I was saying earlier, I just always felt like I had to be perfect, especially when Vince McMahon was in charge. Like, I just had to be perfect. I had to show him that, like, I was going to be the exact opposite of what my dad was. And I could be so professional and I could just do everything that everybody wanted and say all the right things and do all the right things. And what I love right now is that Triple H and the powers that be, Nick Khan and our bosses, they're not expecting us to be perfect. They're not, you know.
All these wrestlers love coming on these shows now because they're allowed to do pods and shit and just venting. You can tell. I love it. Moving along here. So this is how you hate on a coworker online. So Jade Cargill's like Kool-Aid in a wine glass, and then Trinity Fatu's like more like shit in a toilet. Gotcha, MJF. So here's Seth Rollins cooking Hulk Hogan. So Steiner cooked Hulk. Rollins about to cook Hulk.
Hulk Hogan beating the Iron Sheik, 1984. I know you're a huge fan of Hulk, right? You remember that moment?
I was a Hogan fan growing up, yes.
I was being facetious.
No. Growing up, I was a Hogan fan, and I've said a million times, the dude has been nothing but kind to me in my life and our, interactions. Doesn't make him a good person. Obviously, he's run into some issues as of late, and we'll see if he clears those up. That's his business, though.
Were you surprised? I mean, I wasn't even going to bring up Hulk. The way he was booed, that was out in L.A., right?
No,
I don't remember. Okay.
No, I was not surprised.
Like that vociferously, like there was no cheers.
No, none. I mean, look, he hasn't done a lot to like kind of harbor goodwill in his name over the past few years. And so I just think with everything that's going on with him, he came out. I saw it coming. I don't know if anybody else did, but I did. Yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
You got to love Seth with his don't give a fuck energy nowadays. A lot of these wrestlers. Vince Russo has disclosed, okay? So Vince Russo disclosed, bro, he would book some chicks to be with Drew McIntyre so that Drew becomes the most important member of the roster on Legion of Raw this week. Russo said, bro, what I actually said, bro, do you want the real quote, bro? Or are you just listening? Are you not castrating marks with me, bro? Listen, bro, I got to just explain this to people so people understand where I'm coming from, bro. Listen, bro, I would probably have Drew McIntyre have him go corporate, bro. Put some hot chicks on his arm. Let him be now. Hot chicks like Stripperella, bro. Girls like that. I mean, something from like a Quentin Tarantino movie. I used to watch those and rewind, bro. And I'm telling you, put some hot chicks with Drew McIntyre, bro. I would go back to heel GMs too. Let's fuck it. What is he talking about? Yeah, let's just fuck everything up. And are you not watching the show? The heels are The Rock and shit. He's the most powerful guy. Comes around once in a while. You don't need heel GMs, Vince. What the fuck? His ideas are so bad. So bad. I would go, bro, listen, in my day, back in the 90s, bro, when I invented The Rock and Stone Cold and The Undertaker, bro, I would go back to heel. I would bring Vince back, bro. Vince McMahon, bro. This guy is $1 million, bro. So there you go, man. He'd put some hot chicks with him. Here is Natty Neidhart talking about how she never feels like she's owed a goddamn thing, and she wants to go continue to prove herself and embrace the grind, bruv, and win a Crockett Cup and win a blood sport match.
Like, for me, I never feel like I'm owed anything. I always want to earn my spot. The women's division in WWE has never been this strong ever. It has never been so competitive. When I look at the women in NXT and I look at the women on Raw and I look at the women on SmackDown, I'm like, this is the greatest women's, like as a whole, collectively, this is the strongest that it's ever been.
And who helped usher in that era?
Thank you.
Pioneer, the trailblazer, you know it.
Well, and the thing is, though, is that I don't rest on all the things that I've done. I don't go, wow, I did this, or I have this, or I did that, or I had this match. I've had some incredible matches. One of my favorite matches of my entire career is against Charlotte Flair TakeOver 2014. It was a very, very first TakeOver, and it was only in front of 200 people. And I love that match more than any WrestleMania that I've ever done.
Wow.
It was like just such a special, special match, and it was at NXT. But I never just rely on great matches or things that I've done in the past. Like, for me, I think you got to earn your spot. So in all seriousness, I feel like I need to step outside of WWE to work my way back in.
Hell yeah. That's a great fucking mentality to have. She's locked in. I think she wins the Crockett Cup. Billy Corgan, you're a fucking... Billy Corgan's just a crazy wild dude. I love that guy. I hope he fucking does the damn thing. Logan Paul talks about the backstage dynamics in WWE. He goes, so, dude, at the end of the day, you put a bunch of humans together, bro. It's like school. It's basically like school. And in school, you have your cliques, and some people you don't really get along with, and some people you really get along with, bro. Some of the guys backstage, like Stu, the cameraman, camera 6, me and this guy just butt heads, bro. Fucking Stu, bro. He assaulted me. He hit me. He hits me. Well, he hit me once, bro. But I'm sure he'll do it again, and I'm collecting evidence, bro. This Stu guy. But enough about my bullshit. Well, it's not bullshit. WWE's the greatest job ever. Please don't fire me. Here's the thing with Stu. Wouldn't it be amazing if that's how Cena turns back a babyface for his last match? He's like, you're hitting Stu? Stu's my guy. So they end this Dynamite with Cassidy wrestling Hechicero and then Bayley limping out to smile and point at and face Cassidy for this tournament. Like, Tony's the worst wrestling booker of possibly all time. So moving along here, Joe Weller says Triple H once kicked him out at WrestleMania after he was invited by Paul Heyman. I don't know who Joel Weller is. Some fucking goober on the Impulsive podcast, but he's like, dude, I went to WrestleMania. Paul Heyman was like, I loved your video, that swimming pool one. Is this one of the Island Boys? Yeah, we went to Island Boys. Is it one of those guys? No. He was like, come along, let's make another one, and I'll get you in at WrestleMania. You can stay in the WWE hotel. So he ribbed you, bro. He fucking ribbed you. Heyman ribbed this geek. Fucking Triple H kicked me out, man. He was like, who's this fucking YouTuber? Get out of here. They were so not open to the YouTube stuff back then. I think he was still wrestling, but it was very much like, who the fuck's this YouTuber? There was no embracing of it back at that point, but Paul Heyman's got it, and we made a video. We made Brock Lesnar say, fuck you, Joe, and it was sick. So, yeah, I guess he was there when Vince was in charge. So, yeah, obviously, you know, he might not even like understand the fucking dichotomy back then and how things worked back then, right? And he's right. They were not open to that shit whatsoever then. So I don't know who the fuck Joe Weller is, but I guess shout him out. You know what I mean? Here, we'll go to this tab instead because I accidentally fucking backed out of the other one. So, okay, WWE ID just tweets out GCW. So there you go. They're looking at GCW. Here is Natty Neidhart's book, From the Dungeon to WWE. I want Natty to come out at her GCW Bloodsport match wearing a fucking Hart family dungeon, like a Hart dungeon tee. That'd be so sick. But yeah, there's her book, The Last Hart Beating. Booker T helped her come up with that name. Yeah, Seth Franklin Rollins, or Seth Freakin' Rollins, is no longer Freakin' Franklin anymore. Joe Weller, we covered that bullshit. Here's Rey Mysterio talking to Moses the Jeweler about how he says the ruthless aggression era to him was the best time ever. Now, no doubt, because he got to put his mask back on. He got to go make shitloads of money in WWE. He became the world's greatest luchador. He became an overnight sensation, led the cruiserweight division, was part of the SmackDown 6, won the tag titles with Edge, won them with Eddie, Batista, numerous people, fought for the world title, became a world champion, all of those things. So yeah, obviously the ruthless aggression era would be his peak time of his career. So let's take a listen, because everyone says attitude era. I say maintain ruthless aggression, and the invasion stuff was good. They just didn't have all the guys, but like that era as well, to me, is one of the best ever, even though right after the ruthless, like right when, I always say, like when the Spirit Squad showed up, like DX reunited, and that was like awesome, but that was also the end of when wrestling was like cool and good. Like they did some funny shit. DX was like, okay, we'll watch this, but it was like right around then when fucking the Spirit Squad showed up and every tag team was just like two random fucking dudes, and ECW was brought back and shit. It just started falling off, and then again it picked up again a little bit with like the Punks and the Bryans and the Bray Wyatts came in and shit, and then just, you know, and the Shields came in. It was like, ooh, there's something here. Then it just fucking fell off a cliff. Even though in like 2015 16 we had like, okay, Nakamura, AJ, like Samoa Joe's here, okay, but Vince just, so NXT was cooking, but like Vince would never pull the trigger fully. You know, AJ did do some good stuff there early on, but either way, though, I digress. Ultimately, it became what it became 10 years after that. And, but the Ruthless Aggression era, like, I don't feel like it fully fell off yet. There's an alliteration, but Phil doesn't feel like it fully fell off. I thought it was still slapping for a long time, like all through the JBL when he was the champ. Cena has his run, becomes US champ at 20, then has his run and becomes world champ, like WWE champ. Like all of that was money, bro. Anyways, let's continue along.
What was your favorite era in WWE, WWF history? Was it when you were fighting back in the mid-2000s, or?
So for me personally, the Ruthless Aggression era, which was when I jumped into WWE for the first time, 2002. All those matches that we had, like with Edge.
And here's the thing I never figured out either. Why did Rey Mysterio sit out so long? Like, was he just getting that money too? And he's like, fuck it, I'll just keep, you know, what made him go, yeah, I'll come to WWE? Or I don't know. I'd love to know the story behind that too. Like, I don't know if he's ever said it before, but
With Eddie, with Chavo, Benoit, Kurt Angle, were just insane. Like, I felt like I was learning so much, working with so many greats, and at the same time, like, we were throwing everything in the ring. Like, we were just giving everything, all passion, love, sweat, blood, and we would have some bangers like night after night. We were working a lot more back then. We were doing
the SmackDown 6, bro. Chavo, Eddie, Ray, Edge, Kurt, Benoit. They were just phenomenal, you know, and you had your top 2 cruiserweights in the world, and then you had you could have a tag team out of that, and they established those WWE tag teams with those 6, and then you had the fucking like a world title picture out of that too. So those 6, you plug them into any division or whatever, those are like your core guys, and then from there you have Taker, Brock, Big Show, right? And it just, like, Heyman had it down to a fucking science, man. That's what AEW's got to do. Who's your 6? And fucking Jesus Christ, man. It's so, look to Heyman. Like, he laid the blueprint out, pun intended, with the blue brand SmackDown.
doing 4 shows a week out of the 7. So when you're on a consistent flow, even though injuries are more at risk, your adrenaline and your momentum and your emotion you're just like on a great.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Shut up, fucking Ray. Goat luchador. So yeah, NXT's viewership was back up this past Tuesday following last week's episode. So 732K, up 5%. And the key demo, 0.15, crushing it. That, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE news. I'm going to check in with chat, and we're going to play some fucking flutes. We're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer, okay? But that, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for WWE news. What a travesty this Dynamite was, truly. Hey, chat? Truly, like, one of the biggest travesties of a show. I can't believe they would end it with Hechicero and Orange Cassidy. Isn't it great? Right? I can't believe they would fucking do that, especially after that Revolution. And then you sit there and you fucking try and tell me that this is the best wrestling show and all this. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. That match meant nothing. Mike Bailey came out limping. Is he hurt already? I hope he's not already hurt. Right? And then, yeah, you have, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I'm so confused why they would end the show that way. That's crazy. With Cassidy in the main event again. Like, they haven't figured out what the fuck to do there. Complete and utter absolute fucking travesty. Anyways, let me check in with chat, okay? You guys have been fucking epic tonight. Again, what an amazing show. I want to see flutes in the chat because we're going to roast fucking Meltzer right here, okay? Plinian Pixel Art says, Ray apparently went and did some indie stuff with Eddie and Punk before showing up in O2. Well, yeah, like I've seen that match, you know, they wrestled in, I believe, ROH. Eddie, I think, too, had some dates to wrap up, and he was like the IC champ, and Ray did some stuff. He wasn't wearing his mask either. He thought when WWE called him that they weren't gonna let him put the mask back on and all of that sort of shit. But I'm not sure, like, why didn't he go in right away? Did they not want him? Like, why wasn't he a part of the invasion if he was ready to come in real quick at that time? Probably I'm just assuming his contract, right? Like the same reason the NWO and Steiner and Goldberg sat out in that. That's why we shadow Booker T as our goat, one of our goats. IMJ09 became a new member. Guys, I will acknowledge me. So, guys, consider becoming a member for 99 cents. If you support what I do, just hit like, leave a comment, throw some flutes up in the chat wherever you see or hear Meltzer. If it's your first time here, we play a flute and we make fun of Dave Meltzer. Also, I have a patreon.com. /ProWrestleTimes, and then Phil marks out. This is my pop culture channel over here. If you're into like movies, TV reviews, it's more scripted and video stuff. It's not podcasty, but those are my plugs. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see flutes in the chat because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called, well, one second here, as I pull up my viral meme that you all may have seen. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from this. I'm Phil Marks. You may remember me from this fucking uber viral meme that was fucking hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, or here, let me check in with chat here too. All Jake says, the best run of shows in 5 years. Time Cop. The best run of shows is Tony Khan. So
the best guy is Tony Khan.
And then we have Monkey Ball saying terrible Dynamite following a hard reset pay-per-view. Name a more iconic duo. Yeah, Tony Khan infamously books the worst go-home shows and the worst post pay-per-view shows. Okay. If he could time cop, I'll time cop myself back 5 years and do what I promised myself 5 years ago. Time cop. But yeah, dude, that was one of the worst when I saw the main event, then I looked at the time, I was like, for real, dude, they're going like 10 minutes overrun with this shit. Thank you all, guys. You're fucking amazing. Super friends here. Ladies and gentlemen, flutes in the chat because it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer, man, he just can't help himself. And so Better Man Stan says, Meltzer's putting in overtime. I'm sure that Bruno MSG sellout number has him fuming. And then Neckbeard says, you called it. And he grabs a screen grab here. And shout out Neckbeards. And Dave Meltzer says, no matter how many times WWE says it, and Bruno Sammartino was my friend. He did not sell out MSG 188 times. The story lists every Sammartino match in MSG. Except I don't CML. There are 60 verified sellouts, which is still more than any wrestler in history. So here's the problem with what you're saying, Dusty Ass Dave, is that the other a month ago chat, I'm bad with the time frame here, but I covered it on the show indelibly and timely, I'm sure. But Dave Meltzer said that, well, it's a sellout, so it doesn't matter, Brian. It was a sellout. Like when people were asking him about, GCW sold this many more tickets, he's like, well, it was a sellout for them, so it doesn't. Right? He's fucking coping. He will call things sellouts that aren't sellouts for AEW and be like, well, that's why they do it. It's a sellout. I mean, but then he's like shitting on Bruno, who's not here.
Brian.
Like, why? What is the fucking purpose of this? I hate when he does this, where he's got to backhand other people to try and make some dumb point to like, well, WWE's shitty. They never really sold tickets. They just pretend everything. It's all pretend. AEW's real, Brian. So speaking of Brian, okay, so Brian gets lumped into the Dave Meltzer Dumb Moments of the Week because he's a fucking Shillington for Meltzer. And Wrestle Talk says, or this is, they quote Brian Alvarez here, who goes, there was reportedly an alternate ending on the plans for the AEW Revolution main event that was axed. There was apparently some idea for the main event that involved way more people than ended up being out there, including some returns, and at the last minute, it just got axed. I don't know who it was or what they were going to do, but there was a second plan that didn't make sense. So again, either they're lying, either that's the truth and this shit's all dumb and Tony Khan is fucking up and just showing us that he's Tony Mick Khan, because what he's doing is spread. I've covered this ad nauseum. He's spread too thin, just like when Vince was spread too thin. We were like, dude, he's spread too thin and shitty at creative. We're saying the same thing about Tony, and everyone's like, no, how dare you? You can't say that about Tony Khan. And then meanwhile, now Tony's come full circle, and you mean to tell me he's just, we're scrapping this, crumpling the paper up, throwing it behind him, missing the bin because he's a fucking hack. But he's just like, we're fucking, no, we're not doing this return tonight. Like, remember when Emma was supposed to return for like 3 years before they fucking pulled the trigger on it? You know what I mean, guys? Like, so Tony's coming full into his McCon form. We're just scrapping. Fuck it. New main event. Last minute, right? Like, is that what you're, it's either that and you're telling the truth, or you're a fucking liar and you're trying to cope over this shitty ass ending to this pay-per-view to make it seem like, oh, but there would be a return, guys. Liar! So either way, I don't know, right? It's one of those two things, chat, but either way, it's not good. And Brian, it would serve you better. Well, at least Brian's actually saying like what he's heard and shit. You know, he doesn't care if it makes AEW look bad, but he is just like a jock sniff, and he's just like he's fucking Dave's little his little lackey, lapdog. What do you call that shit? Right? He's basically Mr. Bigglesworth or whatever to Dr. Evil, right? So someone Photoshop that. I should be the one to do it. Look at my skills, dude. Come on. Is that not the cleanest fucking, right? So anyways, though, Brian doesn't know what was going to take place or what was going to happen, but I'm telling you this happened. So, okay, you're fucking just burying AEW and shit, I guess, more, or else that you're just covering Mox's ass, or they just told you that because they wanted to cover their asses. Either way, none of those three things are good things, you know? Because why else do you scrap a return? Oh, there's supposed to be many returns. That's what Brian's like. Oh, there's going to be many other people and some returns. Well, then why would you scrap all that last minute? This just makes everybody look bush league as fuck. And I'm not surprised. So moving along here, Meltzer said what? Meltzer with beads of sweat running down his forehead. Well, the tears start coming and they don't stop coming. Ospreay fell down and he hit the ground running. Didn't make sense just to do this for fun, except for it does when your name's Tony, when you're Shad Khan's son. So much to do. But Meltzer with beads of sweat running down his forehead as he watches a Will Ospreay match and reacts to moves. He's like, oh, Ospreay, reacts to moves and flips he's seen done 1,000 times as if it's the first. That's exactly it too. The most exciting match, Brian. I mean, I've seen this done a billion times, you know. So let's see. Let's hear what fucking this glug McChug, fucking the glurpity glurp 600 on fucking Ospreay. And the best guys, Tony Khan, you know, Ospreay's magnificent. The guy. That's going to be Dave in this clip, I bet. Here we go.
The emotional attachment I had to both matches. I was more emotionally attached to the Tony Storm and Mariah May match, but I can also acknowledge that some of the stuff that they did in the cage match was incredible because those guys are incredible athletes. And I imagine, you know, the star rating will probably be 5+.
You guys are, someone told me too, they're like, you often confuse this one guy who's on Wrestling Observer with fucking Brian. Who gives a shit? Then what's his name? Get me a sound of Dave saying his fucking name too, and I'm on it then. Like, he's lumped in here too. What are you talking about then? He's and he's sort of like, I'm sure it'll get 5 and 1 million stars is what this guy's saying. Then let's fucking go. He's lumped in here too then, bud. Hey, I didn't even know, you know? So blame the PWT universe for that one, but they fucking flagged you, bud. And now you made the list too, I guess. You're just because you're there, right? I don't know who the guy's name is. but someone get me a fucking a clip of him going, whatever his name is, Steve. Whatever.
You just made the list.
Anyways, let's listen.
In the cage match was incredible because those guys are incredible athletes. And I imagine, the star rating will probably be 5+ if we're being fair.
Man. Pardon me. He's almost finished. Yeah, it'll for 6 stars, 7 stars. Yeah, give me 7 stars, Daddy. Tony Khan. Sorry, guys, I've officially gone mad.
To what we saw.
We see the beads of sweat just coming off Dave's forehead, and he's fanning himself.
The reaction to the Will Ospreay move, and whether he died from the last.
I like how okay.
Are they roasting Dave? Let's go.
It's a little inside baseball. Like people are. What's it like watching with show Dave? Well, always cracks you up.
See, I didn't listen to this. So I thought this was going to be Dusty Dave, like fucking drooling all over this match, but it's his own boys roasting. Is that what's happening, chat? Holy shit. God damn it. See, I like to freestyle live on the show with you guys. I didn't know that. I thought Dave was going to be in this clip.
Dave, especially these AEW shows, especially the Will Ospreay matches, as he reacts to these moves. Yes, it's the first time he's ever seen him.
Oh my God, they're cooking Dave on his own shit. Oh, based fucking Meltzer. Oh my, where's my E flute, dude? Not based Meltzer, but like based Meltzer moment of the week. Are you kidding me? Dude, whoever this guy is, get him on the show. Show him the flutes, man. Dude, say, if you hear this shit, say flute, play a flute, do something flute related. Oh my God, I had no idea that they were about to just cook Dave on his own shit. I'm bringing it back a bit, chat. Let's listen. This guy's based as fuck, making fun of Dave here.
Inside baseball, like people are. What's it like watching with show Dave? Well, always cracks you up. Shows with Dave, especially these AEW shows, especially the Will Ospreay matches, as he reacts to these moves. Yes, it's the first time he's ever seen him. Like, I just love it. I like when he gets super excited. Like,
I had the same conversation with Garrett before he joined.
Ospreay's little back moonsault into a sky twister, like just standing back moonsault twisting thing, right?
See, because Dave's putting on a performance himself, so he's with other people and he's watching it and going, "Oh, that's spectacular!" And then they're all looking at him like, "Well, what does it?" And then but he's doing that performatively for them, right? To try and make it like, well, look how spectacular this was. I promise that's what it is. Dave's such a fake fucking dummy. I'm not sure if it's in this moment or if it was in last week's moment, or last show's rather, when Dave was like, oh, they literally fear facts. No, I think it's in this one. But it's coming up. But yeah, like Dave he always says people fear facts. He blocked me just because I said he's friends with the Young Bucks, not even a dick in a dickish way. That's why I cook Meltzer, because he blocked me. I wasn't even being a dick or anything. I was like, well, you're friends with he accused someone of like, well, Nick Khan's friends. Ariel's going to cover him because he's friends with Nick Khan. So I was like, well, you're friends with the Bucks, so that means you cover them more favorably. No? Blocked automatically, because his brain's like, a logical human being has entered my fucking brain fried Ospreay, Omega, so yeah, it's funny. His own people are cooking him on his own platform, dude.
Oh my God, Ospreay!
It's usually because he has an idea of what they're doing. And he goes, okay. But then there's an extra chain link to the move that he doesn't see coming. And that's when he goes like, whoa, like he didn't see it coming. And so that's a funny thing to watch while you're watching it. So
yeah, when a botch happens, you see.
Yeah, so shout out Garrett Gonzalez. I see in chat people are saying it. Someone get me a fucking Garrett.
And like watch Swerve or MJF land on their face instead of like the right part of their body they were supposed to land. You get a reaction from him, and it's pretty amazing.
So they're laughing at when they're sitting there watching wrestling, and Meltzer sees a botch happen to an AW. He's like, "Ooh, this is amazing! Oh, yeah, did you see that? Real wrestling, Bro, what a fucking clown. That's a legendary fucking video right there of them cooking him on his own shit. So this guy, yeah, so here it is. Meltzer fears facts held up at a show, right? And then Meltzer goes, actually, the people who would write that, listen to how personally butthurt he is by this fucking comment from just a random sign, man.
Emotional damage.
He goes, actually, the people who would write that fear facts the most. Listen to this. Actually, the people who would write that fear facts the most. And I mean fear. Brian. Someone who would write that fears facts the most. And I mean fear them. Dave, you blocked me for saying you're friends with the Bucks. Right here, I quote tweeted it. This is the cutest Dave Meltzer tweet ever, bro. That shit really hurt his feelings when you question him. Total narcissist. And then, and not in the Lex Luger way. And then I go on to say, I say it. I'm like, Dave blocked me for saying he's friends with the Bucks and Hangman. A literal fact he ran afraid from. This shit fuels me right in my fucking veins. Give me that fruit one time. All right, moving along here. So Dave Meltzer, as you can see in the title of the video, you know, Dave Meltzer complained. Well, let's fucking save that. We're gonna circle back to that. Let me see what we have. We have two. No. Yeah. We're gonna save that one. So we're gonna circle back. But he was complaining about Punk Seth, right? But he talks about the Revolution main event, right? And it reportedly underwent last minute changes. So the Observer Live goes, I don't know all of the details, but did we already cover this? Whatever it was, it involved people that have been there in the past. I'm 99% sure. Okay, so we already read that. I guess maybe that was fucking Alvarez. Whatever. They're reporting this as if it's fact. I'm going to assume it's true because AEW loves to tell Wrestling Observer everything. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, though, we have the two main events of the evening here. So come meet Dave and Brian, April 18th in Las Vegas. So they're going to be there for Mania weekend. Of course, they won't be at Mania. They'll be at fucking... Oh, come on now, Eric. They'll be at my convention. We'll be doing a podcast and they'll be doing a podcast and you can save with Meltzer.com. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. Who's going to go meet them? That'd be fucking hilarious. Anyways, though, moving along. So Dave Meltzer, yeah, we'll go to this. He complains about the Punk and Seth cage match and them kicking out of too many finishers, bro. Them kicking out of too many finishers, dude.
You what?
And then he glazes Ospreay, man. And it's just so fucking humiliating, dude. Listen to what this crackhead has to say about this.
The angle at the end.
And I mean literal, there's a crack in his head, in his fucking brain. Okay?
The angle at the end was fantastic, but you do that match where you're kicking out of these finishers, like, you know, probably what? Eight finishers kicked out probably total.
Well, I can tell you right now, we had a. Actually, I do want to say one thing that I mean, this was a really good match, and my favorite part of this match.
And Dave's right, but it's like, here's the difference. I say, Ospreay, stop letting everyone kick out of your shit. Makes you look fucking weak. And then I go, yo, why are Punk and fucking Seth spamming finishers on each other? And I criticized another Punk match against Seth where they did that. Where it's like, they're doing shit on the outside now, and then they go inside, and what the fuck? Why are they spamming finishers? He's right. But the problem is that he's not consistent in his bullshit. And that's what I highlight here at PWT. Dave can never stay consistent. And he claps like you jingle fucking keys in front of him when Ospreay's doing flips, but kicking out of fucking tombstones on chairs and head crunches out of the fucking ring. And the Tiger Driver. I thought you fucking retired that move. Right? But Dave's just like a little kid. Ooh, according to his own employees, man. He's sitting there clapping fucking, oh, did you see that, Brian? Oh, did you see that, Garrett? Right? But then he's here like, oh, there was 8 finishers they kicked out of. I mean, that's entirely one too many, Brian. Like, what's the limit, Dave? 7? Like, fuck off, man.
Is Punk hits an elbow off the top. He hits a second elbow off the top. The fans chant one more time, and so he hits a third one, and Seth kicks out. So then Punk climbs up to the top of the cage, and I thought, you're too old to do this, dude.
he goes, oh, so the finish was, and then he explains half the match till the finish.
And then Seth starts climbing up to the top of the cage. And I'm like, oh my God, what are these two guys going to do? They're up there on the top.
Well, I kind of figured.
Well, I kind of figured. Brian's like, excuse me?
It would be a superplex because that's the Hogan boss.
But here's the thing.
I kind of figured it'd be a superplex because that's the whole Hogan. Dave, shut up. Everyone knew it was a superplex. Like, I don't know. Let's hear that one more time. A classic, a great Dave Meltzer interruption.
Top of the cage. And I'm like, oh my God, what are these two guys going to do? They're up there on the top.
Well, I kind of figured it would be a superplex because that's the Hogan boss.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's
what
you
just had to interject to go, well, I kind of figured it'd be a superplex. It doesn't matter. It could have been a poison Rana, Dave, with that. Who gives a shit?
Was clever about it. They end up fighting up there. And then Seth kind of ends up climbing down and he ends up standing on the top rope and he grabs Punk. And so Punk is kind of draped on the top of the cage, but really Seth is only standing on the top rope. So essentially he just gave him a top rope superplex.
Holy fuck. Alvarez has never seen that spot before. Oh, it's really a clever spot they did, it was just really like a superplex. Yeah.
Brian.
That's why it was genius, because Punk could take a superplex, no one would say shit. A suplex off the cage, everyone's like, oh my God, they worked you into thinking it was a suplex off the cage, sort of. That's how we say it. A suplex off the cage. Really, it was just a superplex. The divas do this. No, I'm not calling them divas, but I'm trying to be minimalistic to be funny, okay? The women do it that way too, bruv. This is a spot people have done. Brian, I know you're new to this whole fucking to this whole WWE thing, but like, Jesus Christ, man.
Right.
Which we see regularly, not regularly, but you see it every now and then when they go all the way to the very top.
You see it in every
you see it every. Do you guys hear this? Oh, a Spanish fly off the cage. You've never seen that, but a superplex, and they all went insane. Little sheep brain. No, it's like a magic trick, right? You fucking idiots. You go see let me tell you, two dumb motherfuckers. Really dumb. Like, I'm about to actually snap. You ever go see a magic show and like the guy makes the thing disappear and you're like, how the fuck did he get that in my wallet? And you're genuinely like terrified. How the fuck did that happen? But really, the dude's like a sleight of hand pickpocket. He's got someone helping him who's like slipping cards. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole bunch of shit going on. It's the magic of it, baby. So it's the kayfabe. So you're mad. This is where a real wrestling observer, a pro wrestling observer would look and go, man, what was genius about that? They fucking just did, like, to preserve Punk because he's got to do something crazy, but he just did, like, it was just from normal superplex height. But also, though, these two fucking idiot bozos aren't accounting for the fact that there's also a difference between a middle rope superplex, which you see every show, and a top rope superplex. There's a big difference between that too. And you think Brian would fucking know that because he only wrestled, right? And Dave's only studied for 50 years. So they're sitting here also saying, oh, it's a normal superplex. No, not even really. You don't see a top rope superplex all the time. Randy Orton does them, or you know what I mean? Like, some people break them out, but no, not really. Actually, top rope ones are only some people are even willing to take those and shit. So they're also wrong about even their dumb fucking. This is all they're trying to do. Oh, well, the Spanish fly. Let's just shit on this match. Everyone's giving 5 stars, Brian. That's all they're doing here. This is the complete most hackiest cornball shit. I just perfectly psychologically broke down, you fucking two nincompoops. That's what you're wrong. And then not only that, yes, dude, they tricked your brain everyone's brains into going, oh, they tricked your brains? That's stupid. Okay, then why is a tiger driver so the spiked baseball bat, you're not suspending your disbelief, which is you tricking your own brain. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, these people will act like elitists, all elites. We're the elite, high IQ, fucking nebulous, rich, high IQ people, man. Right? But meanwhile, they're fucking idiots, bro. This is the dumbest shit. Yes, they did a superplex where Punk was draped off the cage, and they did it in a way to make the crowd pop and make it look like a big spot that'll go down in memory and history, and everyone going, it was off the cage, but realistically, it's like when the ring exploded. Were you guys triggered when Big Show made the ring explode with Brock? Because it didn't really explode. You know that, right? But like we go, oh, the ring exploded. And you show that to someone, and they're like, holy fuck, the ring could have exploded. You show that to a normal person, you two blithering fucking stooges. Where's Garrett? We need the third stooge up in here. Sorry if Garrett's catching strays. He seems like a cool dude. But listen, it's like, what don't you get about that? A normie goes, oh, that was a suplex off a cage, man. A casual, like the bread and butter of industry, of business, of lifeblood, or the lifeblood rather of business or industry. You know what I'm saying? You fucking idiots are like, oh, let's gouge our audience $2 more or whatever. God damn. So sorry, I know I'm going off, but this really irked me. It's like, you guys are really, they have a problem with kayfabe. It's like, are you going to go back and be like, well, Andre stood on the milk crates, Brian? Well, you know, Phil, Penta's not really the greatest luchador. That's what they got mad about before. Now they're mad at like a suplex off a cage. It wasn't high up enough to where people's life were in danger. That's the other thing I don't get. Like, Dave, what are you criticizing here? Like, you're right, they spam finishers, but with the suplex, like, what's the matter? People's lives weren't in danger enough for you in real life for this to be as good as Ospreay? It's such a fucking hacky, disingenuous, blithering, dumb fuck. Like, you're so in your bubble, bro. If you don't, if you're and also you're wrong. This isn't a normal superplex, middle rope superplex. It's a fucking tippy top rope superplex. I don't know. This is cope, is what this is.
Every now and then when they go all the way to the very top,
you see it in every car, every pay-per-view card. You probably see one.
Well, sure, yeah. But the point is, I mean, this place went fucking nuts. Like, they saw this as a suplex off the top of the cage.
Yes, bro. Oh my God. Oh, I went to a Chris Angel show. Man, the crowd went nuts. They saw it. He sawed that bitch in half, dude. It was crazy. They saw it like that, man. Yes. What the fuck? Oh my God. I just can't believe it. This is the Wrestling Observer. Oh man, they worked the fucking wrestling fans into a gimmick. They worked the marks into a gimmick, into a spot. Go figure. Golly gee, I don't get it. This is why you fucking idiots don't get wrestling. So nobody likes you guys. So I cook your asses all the time because you literally don't even understand what you're even talking about. And I got to come on here like some asshole fucking, explain this to I've been studying 50 years. What the fuck, man? Oh, they worked them into popping for a spot in a cage match. Whoa. Go figure. That's what you do in a wrestling match. Crazy. This is actually the fucking most insane cope I think I've ever heard out of Brian or Dave.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And Brian deserves so much smoke for this dude.
Brian.
Oh my God.
Off the top of the cage. The announcers called it suplex off the top of the cage.
Okay, hey, where was CM Punk draped off of? Where did Rollins pull Punk from? It's the top of the cage. It's the top of the cage, buddy.
Stupid idiot.
Holy fuck, man.
And I was like, that was not off the top of the cage. That was a suplex. But the point is, they did something very, very safe.
Oh, it's just a suplex. And it's very safe, guys, to get suplexed off the very top third rope. It's very safe to lay on a cage, all sweaty and shit, and to get suplexed off the top of the rope. That Brian Alvarez is shorter than, mind you. Okay? The tippy top of that rope's taller than your fucking head. Is like standing on your shoulders, Alvarez. It'd be like looking down fucking Mount Everest for you. So you shouldn't be talking shit. And it's completely safe to do that. Are you fucking kidding me, guys? This is what they think. They think like Ospreay flip it, like that's what wrestling's supposed to be. This is crazy.
Shut up, bitch.
This is genuinely psychotic. All right?
But the illusion caused the fans to lose their shit thinking they just saw a guy get superplexed off the top
No shit. The illusion.
of the cage. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Oh, you were impressed that the greatest wrestling promotion that's ever existed worked Marks into popping for a suplex. What a couple of fucking coward idiots, okay? So our last one here. I'm going to check in with chat, though. Plinian says, Phil, you're far. Hell, you're far. Psychosocial Slipknot should be the theme for Dave. I fucking agree. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer. That's a great pull. BX Bane says, I sent you the Dave and Brian edit on IG. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. We'll EFAP that on the next PWT. I thank you all so much. I acknowledge all of you. And let's continue. We have the main event here for Dave. Okay, so I'll acknowledge me. Chat here, Julia Gulia, man, I think I've been shouting out a few sounds we might need. George, sometimes in life you got to be a garden variety hoe. Okay. I'm blowing a little kiss on my guy George there. Here we go. Dave supposedly has been watching wrestling for damn 40 plus years and he has absolutely no clue about wrestling psychology whatsoever. I know, it's crazy. He's like, they worked them into believing. Holy shit, man. It's because it was Punk and Seth, Kenneth. Exactly, bro. That's exactly what it is. And they're stupid for it. They don't need to put themselves in danger. Yeah, dude. They're dumb for it. It was completely safe. Completely safe, man. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking insane to ever say that anything. I would never say it was completely safe what Ospreay and fucking... I would never say that a scoop slam in a cage match is completely safe, Dave. So, anyways, guys, let's fucking get into this last one here. So, which one is real graps? Okay, this is what Triple H's thoughts, friend of the show here, posted. So here is, we watch this clip. If you guys can see it, it's small. I don't want to put it big because I'll get tagged again. But it's like Drilistico and Hologram or whatever flipping around, right? And then Meltzer said, what? Posts this. Hologram versus Drilistico. And Dave talking about how this match over-delivered. The one that the internet was like, what the fuck? The literal match ribbon's like, this is the dumbest shit ever. Now, I actually went easy on that match because I'll be perfectly honest with you. If you go and watch Lucha Libre, that shit is prominent there. Like, it's nothing new. It's not like I'm shocked to see fucking this type of wrestling in AEW, especially when they're crossing over with people. But, you know, the internet roasted it. They're like, come on, dude, this is supposed to be like real wrestling. And that's what I mean. Dave's like, well, you know, the fucking the CMLL, they retain the most casuals. They have the big super show. You know, he's like, forget about what was he talking about? The fucking one day. He's like, don't worry about well, no, Brian was like, yo, Monday Night Raw's on Netflix. And he's like, well, he didn't say don't worry about, but he just overstepped it. And he's like, well, you know, CMLL had their big show. And Brian's like, well, dude, Raw is like not on cable anymore. Isn't that a big deal? Like, that's why we started our show and shit. And Dave was just like, oh, don't worry about that. So here's him just blowing this CMLL shit to death. And obviously, because it's that style of wrestling, and I'm not against it. It works in Mexico. Cool. It works to some extent in Lucha Underground when you paint the narrative and the picture to American audiences. Like, look, this is some fantastical Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type shit. You know what I mean? However, Dave doesn't understand. Well, he's going to sit here and say this match just over-delivered. And yeah, let's hear what Dynamite Dave has to say in our main event. Shut up, Meltzer said what?
So what's weird is on the show, they had the match, which was Hologram and Drilistico. And that match, to say that match over-delivered is like the understatement of the year. That match was fantastic. I mean,
it's like, what are you talking about? How's it fantastic, man? I just do not get it. Jesus. It's all good. Like, what, the flips? Oh, their timing of the somersaults out of the way of each other. Dave is just so out of touch. He needs to move to Mexico. Okay.
People went nuts. They had incredible heat.
You probably get cheaper fucking hair plugs there too.
and they were just out there doing great moves. You know, it was like,
see, Dave just admits it. Like, he doesn't care about pro wrestling. Some idiots were saying that too. It's just a parasocial relationship if you care about how much they draw. It's not even about caring how much they fucking draw, but it's like the best shit draws the most. Like, wrestling is literally about historically. Okay, pro wrestling. The reason like the real wrestling is amateur wrestling and pro wrestling's pro wrestling is because at one point the shit split apart. Okay, and some of these catch wrestlers over here were like, if we work this shit and we plant people in the crowd and we start acting real flamboyant and shit, we'll draw more money. We won't get hurt. We can do this more times. So it was literally like, yes, let's go draw more money. Boom, pro wrestling. The other people were like, oh, this is a real athletic competition with points. Boom, amateur wrestling, essentially, is what you can boil it down to if you trace the lineage of where this shit comes back to. So, yes, it is about drawing, like it's about creating heat because heat equals interest. Interest equals buys and attention and people watching. And again, there can be a fucking car wreck and a little kid goes, ooh, or whatever, but a nuanced story that people can sink their teeth into in 2025. We need that. Okay. I'm gonna need that. And that's the point Dave doesn't understand. Like, okay, physical moves are fantastic. That's awesome. Why is what's the top circus? Barnum and Bailey, the Cirque du Soleil. Why is that the top fucking circus that gets the Vegas gig that draws the most money? Because the production and the quality, the level of the person you have to be at the gymnastics or whatever. We can break this down anyway. Why is the NBA the tip? If they just phoned in the production and they didn't try and hype up the stars and everything, Dave is acting like just the moves. I mean, it's fantastic. So go way back and say just the moves. It's spurned off of shoot fighters who are like, we have to get crazy, we'll draw more money and not get hurt. That's essentially what it boiled fucking down to. But it's always been about, we got to fucking draw money from just its inception. We got to figure out how to draw the most money. Heat. Oh, we work this and then fucking people want to see this guy get beat up. And then there you go, you know? So like I said, you can jingle keys in front of a baby. They'll go, but an adult, Dave. And that's what his own people. This was such investigative shit. We just really broke down the psyche of Dave. His own folks on his show, Wrestling Observer, like, yeah, dude, Dave gets these wild reactions from these flips, or when someone botches a move and lands on their face, Dave's like, oh, the real wrestling, so exciting. Because he just sees like some fucking, he's like a little kid brained. He just sees like, ooh, shiny. And he like laughs at it. And Osprey doing a flip, and it's like, yes, that's the easiest. That's that's the easiest. If I showed tits on TV, everyone would pop for it. Like, that's the easiest way to just get attention. Now, after people see it 400 times, unless you're a fucking baby brained, imagine just the same episode of Breaking Bad. Oh, that episode is so good. Let's do the exact same thing every fucking episode, right? As far as like fucking the storyline wise. Because the storyline is what draws, right? An informative comedic show like this, we're doing the same thing every time, going through the segments, but the jokes are going to be fucking different because there's different news coming out. And also, this is like informative. We're talking about scripted. Like, what draws shit in is me being funny, and it is unscripted. And fucking you guys want to hear news and shit, and we react to it, have a good old laugh, take our minds off shit, extend our fandom of wrestling. You know, with pro wrestling, you can't do that. You can't inform. You can't go there and just like, oh, we're a news show. You got to put on storylines and do pro wrestling, right? So when we're talking about television programs where people turn them on and expect to see books come to life, essentially, as Natty would put it, which is a great way to put it. Yeah, Dave, like you don't get it. The moves don't fucking matter. Right? What's the story behind it? Imagine you open a book and it's just them describing fucking flips happening and shit. That's not what makes the Two Towers such a banging ass book and movie. It's because all the story and the fucking, to me, that's the best Lord of the Rings. I don't fucking know. Phil Marks out. Go check out that channel where I talk movies and shit. But Lord of the Rings is fucking the middle one, right? The Two Towers, like that shit kicked ass. It has the most and the best fighting. And it's because the shit that happens before it and after it where it means so much. Anyways, Dave doesn't understand that. He's like, oh, backflip, shiny.
Feud.
Really? Feud. I got feud. Here, let's bring this back. I was ranting. I just ripped this guy today. I didn't think I'd go this hard, but
and they were just out there doing great moves. You know, it was like there's no feud, really, Dralistico.
Really? None at all.
Half the people thought, or maybe even more, thought that Dralistico was the babyface.
Half the people thought, maybe even more, thought he was the babyface. This is all a problem. He's describing problems. There's no feud. There's no heat. They just went and did great moves, and half the people were confused who was the heel and who was the babyface. What the fuck? That's like all a bunch of bad shit, Dave. What the fuck?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
He's insane, man.
Because if you are into Mexican wrestling and watch CMLL,
nobody is in America or Canada.
He was,
or Japan. No, a little bit in Japan.
The original
way less though than even probably in America. But let's listen to him break down. He was Dralistico, Mystico, Solistico,
and watched CMLL. He was the original Mystico, or not the original, second Mystico before the original Mystico became Mystico again. But he was the Mystico.
If you follow this, listen to following this. Listen to fucking how would you follow this? Listen, if you follow this stuff, if you study, listen to what he just said.
Before the original Mystico became Mystico again. But he was the Mystico guy, and then he became Dralistico. And
but he was the Mystico guy. Wow, Dave. Remember when Dave was like, oh, yeah. Has anyone ever said, oh, yeah, that Roman Reigns guy? Remember when Dave's like, well, Mystico is a mainstream, he's this mega super great star. Remember when he was saying that? Like a few months back or whatever. Well, Mystico's a huge draw, dude. Well, he was the Mystico guy. Look how even he doesn't actually care about this shit. He's such a fucking mark. Let's hear this back because I just love this.
If you are into Mexican wrestling and watch CMLL, he was the original Mystico, or not the second Mystico before the original Mystico became Mystico again. But he was the Mystico guy, and then he became Dralistico in AAA.
Oh, so the Mystico guy was the second Mystico after the Mystico became Mystico, but his name's Dralistico? I'm confused. Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed.
That's great.
What are you talking about, idiot?
He was always a babyface, or until recently. He was mostly, and he was doing babyface stuff, and the people were cheering him. And then as the match went on, he started cheating, and people started getting behind hologram. It was a great, great match. And
holy fuck, man. Dave Meltzer has completely lost the plot. I went off so hard on him. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Okay, ladies and germs, that was an amazing PWT live show. We'll do Sickos next time, and there's only a couple. It ain't piling up, I promise. PWT goes live Monday nights, Wednesday nights, Saturday nights. I might go both nights of Mania. I don't know. I might do some giveaways and stuff again. I'm thinking about it. So make sure you stay locked in here. Hit like, hit subscribe. I try to upload every single day. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're at like 6.2 or 6.2K subs, almost like, or we just blew past 6.1K. So it's just amazing. We're growing. We're blowing up. There was like well over 300 people, 400 people in here, close to 400 at one point across both channels. So I appreciate you all. Round of applause for you all for just being an amazing audience. All the new soup people, welcome. Hopefully you stick around. And thank you, Joey Numbas. Make sure you follow @WrestlingSoup. Make sure you follow youtube.com/Phil Marks Out as well. If you want to hear me talk about pop culture and more about movies and Lord of the Rings and shit, I guess. Also, I have a Patreon. But if you support what I do, dislike, like it, comment, spit at your screen. Leave me a nasty comment, a nice one. But be good to each other. That's all I ask, okay? I bid you adieu, as Kenny Omega would. I love you all. Be good. Drink lots of fucking water, okay? There's a lot going on. WrestleMania season. You got to be your best selves. We all need those hot girl bods, those, what are they called? City girl summers or whatever coming up. No, we're not going to do that. But, yeah, let's all take care of each other. Be good. And until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
Can you give me a beat? Sight, subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. You used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's going to sit in one of those little kid seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was going to do, dipshit? Ride me a river. Mine for rest.
This has become like a bit we do now here. Interruption bonus show. Hey, can we get a bonus show, man? Kyle Huckins says, yeah, Brian making something look more dangerous than it is kind of the whole fucking point. Exactly. I'm so sorry I didn't see this, right? Thank you so much. Northern DC says, how could two guys whose profession in the wrestling constantly dump on the most liked popular promotion in the entire business? Exactly, bro. They don't fucking show up. They're going to mooch off the Vegas rub, but they don't show up when it matters. They ain't real ones like us. Jungle Boy sucks. I love you all. Peace. I love you all. Be good, okay? Take care of each other.
Wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, nanny goat, Billy goat, Rick. Hey, sweet chin music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke, you're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Yo, VW. Yo, VW. Step this way. Step that way. Step this way. Step that way.
Jungle Boy is a bell end